Springfield Dispatch.
Eddie Chavez,
Human target service. 2122.
Ruben Nava,
A1 clear, scene, no transport. We're in service.
and Jesse Romero.
22.
Jesus 911.
Good morning, Soul Patrol. Soul Patrol, this Monday morning, we're 10-8. I'm a single officer car today. We are ready to go this fine Monday morning. Welcome, everybody, to Jesus 911. This is Virgin Most Powerful Radio. My partner, Jess Romero, is taking some well-deserved time off today. So I just wanted to say hello to everybody. Also, we need to make a mention here, and before I go any further, I'm going to say reporting for duty, sir. And one of the things we want to do here is to remind everybody what the Jesus 911 show is all about. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we have muscular Catholicism, muscular Christianity, done by Jess Romero and Ruben Nava. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, myself and Jess Romero usually tackle topics on spiritual warfare. And so that's what we're going to do this morning. We have a couple of good topics today. I'm going to talk about, a little bit later in the show about how pro-choice essentially equals pro-death, pro-suicide. And right now I'm going to tackle a topic that is kind of has been questioned throughout the years recently, has had some things going on with it. The people are not sure, so we're gonna talk about it this morning. We're going to talk about ashes, how to dispose of human remains, and how it's being done today, how it should be done. So we're going to get into it. Okay, so you surely have noted how many are being cremated these days, something the church has previously wavered about, but now fully accepts. And how many, mainly outside of Catholicism, are having their ashes scattered in various and sundry imaginative places. The church tells us we can't simply scatter remains, so we know that that's something that Catholics cannot do, admonishing us to find a particularly sacred place for ashes, preferably in the ground, and decidedly not on the mantle, in a home, nor any other exotic locales. So I remember some years ago, a good friend of my mother's who passed away a few months after her. I was helping the family with the funeral arrangements, and the father told me that he had bought a plot and actually an urn that housed both him and his wife, and that he didn't want to bury the wife until he was dead. They could his children could consolidate the ashes and then bury it then. So to this day, he has his wife, her cremated remains on the mantle of their home. I've been there since then. I've seen it there. And this is after I explained to him and I told him what the church's thoughts were behind this and why they prohibited that kind of behavior, but he decided to do it anyway. So what I wanted to do briefly here is to go over a couple of catechism verses that really talk about cremation, talk about what's respectable for the body, for human beings. And so if we look at Catechism section 2299. This is what it says. It's headed Respect for the Dead. The dying should be given attention and care to help them live their last moments in dignity and peace. They will be helped by the prayer of their relatives, who must see to it that the sick receive the proper time and the sacraments that prepare them to meet the living God. So this is, of course, the sacrament of last rites, anointing of the sick. If at all possible, our duty as family members of those loved ones who are coming close to the reality of their death, seek for them a priest to come and make their death according to Catholicism, according to the sacraments, And this is whenever they're coming close to dying. We don't want to wait till the very end, but we want to make sure they have the benefit of confession, especially, and the apostolic pardon, which is given most of the times through the anointing of the sick. Catechism section 2300, the very following section says, "The bodies of the dead must be treated with respect and charity, in faith and hope of the resurrection. The burial of the dead is a corporal work of mercy. It honors the children of God who are temples of the Holy Spirit." So our baptized bodies as Catholics are temples of the Holy Spirit. Whenever we are in a state of grace and we remain in a state of grace, we possess the Holy Spirit. I say that cautiously, through God's grace. So just as a tabernacle holds the Eucharist, we as temples of the Holy Spirit hold the Holy Spirit. We actually possess it in that sense. 2301 says the following: "Autopsies can be morally permitted for legal inquests or scientific research. The free gift of organs after death is legitimate and can be meritorious. The Church permits cremation, provided that it does not demonstrate a denial of faith in the resurrection of the body." So, when we cremate loved ones, when loved ones potentially before their death make this decision that they want to be cremated, what must occur is that the people making these decisions, especially if they're of sound mind and body, have to realize that because the cremation occurs does not affect what happens after that. And what happens after that is that when Jesus comes a second time, as we recite every Sunday at the Creed, he will separate the sheep from the goats. He will separate people either to eternal life or to eternal darkness. And so if we spread these human remains, having been decided by our loved ones, we have to remember they have to be in a sacred place. So, for example, if we spread the ashes on the beach, so that they could be happy forever in this very beautiful setting, the peaceful coming in of the waves, et cetera, we have to realize that the beach will someday cease to exist. The mountains, for example, that will cease to exist. Las Vegas, for those Catholics who really want to put their loved ones in a happy place, will cease to exist. And so the only place so every place other than the New Jerusalem, the new church will cease to exist. So we have to remember that. And we have to make sure that we place our loved ones in this very sacred place, whether it be at a cemetery, buried, and then later on, if necessary, our spouses joined with us, if that's the case. So it says, for exotic places are very much in cremation vogue. To wit, cremains have been sprinkled into comic books, blasted from shotguns, inserted into diamonds and tattoos, and even sent into space, which will also cease to exist. Cremains have found their way into snow globes, hourglasses, and teddy bears. Keith Richards of the Rolling Stones is said to have snorted the remains of his father along with a little cocaine. These do not strike me as a dignified send-off. And that's what we're really called to do, is to give our loved ones a dignified send-off. A recent story informs us that many have their cremation ashes sprinkled at Disney attractions, and specifically, ironically, at the Haunted Mansion ride. We all have been on the Haunted Mansion ride, more than likely, and we understand the general dynamic of that attraction, where there's life beyond death and ghostly figures mixing it up with the reality of human life. And so there's some truth to that. like what is found in spiritual warfare. There's some truth to what maybe the demons communicate through the affected victims, but there's also lies, and that's what we have to be careful of. Says one report, to deal with the expanding problem, Disneyland's custodial department has recently purchased special vacuums with HEPA filters to clean up the symbolic scene. These vacuums can capture the tiny cremated ash of human remains while also capturing the small bone fragments that often remain after cremation. When cast members witness the scattering of a powdery substance on a ride, they are required to call the janitorial hotline and quietly use the code HEPA cleanup. So these attendants on the ride, especially at the Haunted Mansion, are focused in on when people are on the ride and they begin to sprinkle ashes, which is kind of creepy in itself, I would say. But the fact that they realize that might be a human person that's being sprinkled on that ride is something that they're trained to note and then refer that to a different department. Very, very interesting that they even had this. As a result, that attraction may become more haunted than has been bargained for. And for sure, it is not a sacred place. Many are those who report spiritual activity at graveyards. Is the same true of ashes? Can spirits attach to them? We're going to get the answer to that question when we come right back here on Jesus 911. Stay with us.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. You know, there's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith because they're going to meet three men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show, and they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow, that's 80%. realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Now, back to Jesus 911. If this call is not an emergency, dial 888-526-2151.
Welcome back, Jesus 911 here. I'm Eddie Chavez. My partner, Jess Romero, is taking some well-deserved time off. He'll be back tomorrow with Ruben. We're covering a topic about cremation and the spreading of ashes specifically. and how it has a connection to spiritual warfare. And this is really the pivotal point of the argument, is that, for example, at Disneyland, especially the Haunted Mansion, and other attractions there as well, there are people that have been noted to spread ashes that turn out to be human remains spread out at that attraction, and they have a special cleanup now called the HEPA cleanup. So they require to notify a cleanup crew that comes with special vacuums that suck in the human remains that have been sprinkled out there. And the question for us as we talk about this topic is, they're asking, can spirits attach to this? Okay, so let's talk about that. This question, absurd on the surface, is asked because, to take a small snippet from a recent special report about spirits of the deceased, there was a Christian Oxford-educated English psychotherapist named Kenneth McCall, who recalled the strange feeling those who attempted to preach from a pulpit of a certain Anglican church in England reported. So oppressed, they usually stepped down from it, refusing to speak from the pulpit. Dr. McCall investigated and found out that the ashes of a former clergyman had been scattered there. A brass plate in the pulpit balcony commemorated it. The doctor also found that this preacher had spent his later years depressed and immersed in the occult. Spirit transfer. So let's talk about that. Let's break that down a little bit here. So spirits, let's specifically say evil spirits, do not transfer in that sense. Most exorcists will tell us that does not occur. However, we have to remember that evil spirits can be transferred from one area, from one location, from one setting to another. Now, remember, what we're talking about here, first case scenario, before as we dig into this, first case scenario is the spreading of human remains, cremation, the spreading of the ashes in different places. So there can be disembodied human souls that, knowing they are not buried properly, are asking for help, asking for prayer help from people who they know might help them, can help them, will help them. I want to talk real quickly about an individual I helped from CHP some years ago, where she had a young child that she had adopted, her and her husband, and they had an issue with this baby who was looking to a corner at different times of day and night and seeing red eyes. They were seeing certain things. So she bought I'm going to describe it as a nanny cam, and actually filmed the little boy sleeping with her father. And after a couple of weeks, they reviewed the tapes, and they found that there was some indication on those tapes, and I have them. She sent it to me, but you could see where there were certain things. For example, in this case, a blue orb that was clearly visible on several videos while they were sleeping. So she contacted me through some people at work, and I was already retired. And we went over there. I went over there with a priest, and we blessed the house. Now, this young lady is not Catholic, married to a Catholic whose in-laws are devout. And so after that occurred, and after talking to me and explaining why, what was going on, she understood it, she accepted it, and the blue orbs went away. Now, this is 3-4 years ago. She calls me this just the other day and says, hey, the same situation is occurring now. And so she sent me some more nanny tapes, and I was able to view them, and sure enough, it's back. So this is the one thing I didn't do that we're talking about here specifically is, at that time, I didn't direct her to ask for prayers. What happened is this adopted little boy was adopted from a family whose father was killed in a gang some gang warfare. And so what I did was I told her, I says, you know what? Why don't you go and offer a mass? And she says, well, I'm not Catholic. I know, I understand that. But what we're requiring here, what I think is happening, is you have a disembodied human spirit, like we're talking about here in this first case scenario. A disembodied human spirit that is asking for prayers. And because he was a gang member involved in gang violence, died as a result of gang violence, he's asking the only person that he knows of that might solicit help, might help him through prayer to come back and help him. So therefore, what we did was I had to do that. Now I'm currently waiting to see if that's going to work. I mean, that's the reality of it. However, in this first case scenario, that's what some disembodied human spirits can be doing, asking for help. And these are not usually some nefarious, chaos-producing type of situations. It's basically an orb or some vision that somebody has that requires this to occur. Now, the second scenario with the spreading of these ashes is using the unfortunate for us, but fortunately for the demons, an evil spirit is able to present as a human soul or trick a person that he is the soul of the person that died and ask for help. So essentially what happens in this scenario is if the demons are aware that there has been human remains spread at some place, whether it be a home, a backyard, wherever it is, they can present themselves as somebody who actually does know about the deceased member's life, the end of their life, and present as them desiring communication with or communication from a vulnerable soul, some Catholic or Christian that is not aware of the fact that they should not communicate with spirits in that regard. And so for no other purpose but to establish a rapport with the individual, this could be what's occurring. So I'll explain a little bit later why Dr. McCall actually was a little maybe misdirected in his research. We'll talk about that. These days, when at the beach, on a ship, on a mountain, along a river, wherever, we have no idea if we're stepping on someone's ashes. Remains are all over the place, and that raises dispositional issues, the likes of which we as a society have not encountered before. Most incredibly, and underreported by the news, the state of Washington, for example, has recently approved using human remains as compost. So let's talk about that. Human remains as compost. We're going to place grandma into a compost pile. A loved one will spend a long time in the compost pile, which is basically, this is the definition of a compost pile, is a decaying mixture of organic plant material that regenerates after being placed in this pile, this gathering of compost. So that's what I'm saying. People are not aware the human value of life, the human value of a soul which will never die. The soul lasts forever. And so we have to be aware that being called to greatness in this life, being called above and beyond what most people see as normal, average human behavior, mediocre, just accomplish what's absolutely necessary, nothing beyond, after death, put me in this compost pile. That's much cheaper. As a matter of fact, that's why the church allows the cremation to be done, after all, because it became so very, very expensive at Catholic cemeteries to bury somebody. We experienced that with my mother and my grandmother, several years ago. But the reality is that and some of these Catholic cemeteries, I have to be a little bit critical here, is they don't help matters. At a particular Catholic cemetery that I went to, we walked into the office, the casket room as they call it, and they have their little, the side of the casket, how it looks on the inside, where you'd like your deceased loved ones to remain. I remember seeing in the corner some glittering gold, and I walked over there, and they were urns. They were urns that on the surface seemed okay. You know, cremation is allowed, the church allows that, so people could be cremated and placed into the urn. However, next to the main urn was small little urns. And I asked, I said, what are those exactly? Well, those are for when the family would like to take part of mom home or part of the loved one home. And so you could take it home. Everybody can have a portion of mom. Now, listen, if mom agreed to that, then the whole family's deceived. The reality of Jesus coming back on the last day and separating the sheep from the goats and him calling people back to their bodies, they've lost the actual understanding of what the Catholic Church teaches. And that was the hesitancy of the church to allow this to happen. So we're trying to correct the wrong here. We're trying to essentially allow people to understand what's truly going on with this. So let's go on. A sign of the times. It doesn't get much less dignified, of course. No surprise in an age when fetal remains are dumped as medical waste. Soon noted Cardinal Erhard Hüller, former Vatican official, the majority of people will be cremated. Okay, the church accepts this. Many find it the proper alternative, particularly with the price of funeral homes and graveyards that they charge for the regular burial or entombment. But that doesn't mean we should make the world a graveyard. Dr. Kenneth McCall, who we talked about earlier, I said I was going to get into this. He did some ancestral healing and and investigation of haunted houses. Now, this is what's about his book. One of his last books called Healing the Haunted. And this is his book. It says, a fascinating collection of case studies from Dr. McCall's work in ancestral healing and haunted houses. Follow Dr. McCall's incredible journey as he identifies the ancestor who was doing the haunting and treats them as a soul in need of help and release. There's something inherently wrong with that, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to examine what that might be after we get back from this short break. Stay with us. This is Jesus 911. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. You know, there's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith because they're going to meet three men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show, and they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow, that's 80%. realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Now, back to Jesus 911. If this call is not an emergency, dial 888-526-2151.
Welcome back to Jesus 911. Eddie Chavez here, solo man car. King car today, by myself. Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about cremation and the inherent problems with the disposition, the handling of the of putting the loved one's ashes in a dignified place, as opposed to what many people are doing today. I had my own cousin who was born and raised a Catholic, very close to the church, very knowledgeable, so to say, about the Catholic teaching. And when her husband passed away, and he went through some suffering, may God rest his soul, but Bill, she took his urn and she went to the beach. She went up to about waist high, and she spread his ashes on the beach, which I never had the opportunity to discuss with her beforehand. But this is what's happening out there. This is the reality of the cremation, of how cremation is handled, and even how Catholic cemeteries are misleading people of how to take home portions of your loved ones and keep them right there on the mantle where you have all the family pictures and everything. That's a little creepy to me. I'm sorry to say that's the case. But we're talking about Dr. McCall's journey here. His a book that he came out with towards the end of his life called Healing the Haunted. And he talks about identifying, this is a specific part of what I want to talk about. He identified the ancestor, because he's done some ancestral healing when it comes to haunted houses, etc. He identifies the ancestor who was doing the haunting and treats them as a soul in need of help and release. This is my problem with this. When somebody does an investigation on their own, without the help of a demonologist like Adam Bly or somebody that the church has trained, has taught about this particular this particular ministry, he says he identifies the ancestor who is doing the haunting and treats him as a soul in need of help and release. So let's say you have somebody who's convinced that it's somebody that's from my aunt, it's an ancestor of mine several generations ago. Can you, Mr. Dr. McCall, come to my home and figure it out? And he comes there and he figures out, oh yes, it's a great uncle that is visiting you for some reason, and the reality is maybe it's not a great uncle. Maybe it's not someone who is maybe it's not somebody who is harmless. Maybe it's a demon. Maybe it's something that should have been identified as such, because as we know, high information Catholics from Virgin Most Powerful Radio, we know that demons can present themselves as relatives of the deceased. And could this be going on? So this is an issue I have with Dr. McCall. Although the article that we read was filled with plenty of good information that we took, and hopefully that does some justice for you. The second thing I want to talk about today is called pro-choice and pro-suicide. Pro-choice equals pro-suicide. This is an article taken from the New York Post. It says, evil suicide forum encouraged a woman to kill herself, relatives say. So a young Pennsylvania woman with severe depression and anxiety killed herself after allegedly getting detailed instructions on a site that bills itself as a pro-choice suicide forum. Pro-choice suicide. Sean Shadow, 25, And there's a picture of her. She's a beautiful young lady that obviously had some problems. Was found dead on May 22nd in her family's Newberry Township home by her mother, who thought her daughter had been sleeping. Instead, Jackie Bieber said that she found her daughter blue and cold to the touch after Sean followed clear directions on the website as part of a 3-day regimen that included over-the-counter medications to stop her from vomiting the poison that would ultimately end her life. Now, basically, when you introduce something into your body that's toxic, that creates something that you have to vomit or expel from your body, and you take other medications to stop doing that, that's going to create some very dangerous, life-threatening information, as it did with this young lady here. So this must have been a vulnerable young woman who first of all was troubled enough to search out this pro-choice site, which she probably saw as being, pretty harmless. It's a pro-choice site, which contained precise instructions, not for self-help or for professional care or resources, but to succeed in killing herself in full view of an internet audience who was cheering on her death. Now, not one person said there is another way, Bieber told the New York Daily Record. It's like a cult. Screenshots of Shadow's posts on the site show that she fell asleep and missed one of the steps. Bieber said, prompting another forum member to tell her not to worry. Shadow also wrote down in her journal the list of substances she ingested from a recipe she found on the website, including exact dosages, her relatives said. So what kind of individuals are so pro-choice? What kind of people are kind of just preying on people online and ready to witness someone carry out such a hurtful act? How could somebody stand by and allow something like that to occur? In other words, you're online, you have information that somebody is following the instructions provided by that site and how to take your own life, and you're going to sit there and you're going to observe it happen. As a society, do we allow this type of behavior to continue? I want to talk about a case I had that kind of interacts with this. In the 1990s, early 1990s, I worked in an investigation where it came to light that a trio of people, one female and two males, were on the 5 freeway. The woman was a former relative of Marlon Brando. She was his former daughter-in-law, and she was killed on the I-5 freeway in going through East Los Angeles in the Montebello area, and we categorize it as an ADW. What happened is assault with a deadly weapon. Excuse me, assault with a deadly weapon. The weapon is a car, which the victim was helping her friend, who was being dangled in the freeway lane for a car to hit them. So there was some kind of dispute in this car. They pulled over, half in the traffic and half out of traffic, and the two males were fighting. This female goes out and she tries to help the one who's being dangled in the lane so that a car might hit them. Well, what happened was a car hit her instead. It killed her, dragged her about 50 feet down the freeway. The district attorney said, after initially rejecting the case, and they said it was not an assault with a deadly weapon. They were trying to figure it out. A matter of fact, I came back and forth to the district attorney's office several weeks as they were trying to determine what it was. But ultimately, they decided that it was similar to someone dangling somebody over a cliff. So the action of dangling somebody is not an assault with a deadly weapon. However, if you dangle somebody over an area or in a location where if something went wrong with the dangling and they were let go, there would be some great bodily injury. That's what they decided this would be. would become. And so this is something that's similar to what we're talking about here, is that these people are just kind of hanging around this website that allows people to take this type of action. And we have to stop this as a society from happening. This is what it says. It says, she had her issues, Shadow stepfather, Chip Bieber, told the newspaper. We're working on it, but this website never gave her a chance. Shadow's parents saved screenshots of her posts and gave them to police. They now hope to raise awareness that such evil websites exist and to hold someone accountable in her death. And so, yes, I mean, what do we do as a society? How do we look upon people who are kind of hanging out on this website and exchanging information back and forth? And then when somebody takes the bait, when somebody takes what's suggested by the website and begins to follow, this is a 3-day regimen. In other words, this woman got on this website and she followed steps that took 3 days to complete, that people were witnessing. She had posts on there that where she was being guided by the website that gave her the recipe to take something that would cause some kind of toxic reaction within her body. And then maybe on a subsequent day, she took another substance that she purchased over the counter that was able to keep her from expelling this poison in her body. And people are viewing this. People are viewing this from the sidelines, and some of them, as the mother said, were cheering her on. This is something that's problematic in my view, and I think that that the society has to do something about these type of websites. And there's a list of them here. There's a list of people who do this type of activity, this kind of behavior, and they think because they're not readily identifiable that they can do it from the sidelines, essentially, that they're free from having to have any kind of personal responsibility. That's dangerous. There was a big controversy some time ago about Michael Jackson when he was alive, dangling his child, his stepchild, or whatever it happened to be, or surrogate child, dangling them over out of a second-story window. I remember seeing the video of it on the news. And so, yeah, we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk a little bit more about this case of people standing by to watch somebody commit suicide on the internet for 3 days in a row. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. You know, there's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith, because they're going to meet 3 men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show, and they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow, that's 80%. realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE, US 1.
Now, back to Jesus 911. If this call is not an emergency, dial 888-526-2151.
Welcome back to Jesus 911. This is Eddie Chavez. We are coming up to our last segment. We're talking about, ladies and gentlemen, internet, the internet site that guided a troubled young woman to follow a 3-day regiment in her own suicide. And we're talking about how can we battle this? How can we go against this culture of death that we live in? Because obviously, there's something essentially wrong with having witnessed this, having a view from the sidelines, and even some people egging her on to complete the process. And so Shadow's parents saved screenshots of her posts and gave them to police. They now hope to raise awareness that such evil websites exist and to hold someone accountable in her death. No one gave her an option to live or for help, Bieber told WPMT. How can these people not be liable? Shadow's aunt, Elizabeth Hoffman, echoed that sentiment, saying other members of the forum were cheering her on to the finish line of a suicide. Newberry Township Police Chief Steve Lutz told the New York Daily Record that investigators were looking into the website along with claims made by Shadow's family. New York County Coroner Pam Gray, meanwhile, characterized Shadow's death as very disturbing and questioned why others online didn't do more to get Shadow the mental health help she needed so desperately. Now, how do we place an expectation from someone on a sideline to help? How do you do this? You either attack the people on the website. Probably a more reasonable response would be to attack the individuals that sponsor the website, that direct the website. But how do you place an expectation from somebody on a sideline to help? I don't think you can. I think that from years ago, there's been this certain expectation. Like if somebody was, walking under, a burning building, and there was somebody holding their baby out, certainly you would be called to try to assist that person, assist the baby by helping the person who is dangling the baby. Like, the building is burning. Can you please help catch him? But how many would we be okay? I mean, is there any precedent? Is there any cases that I couldn't recall any, but is there any cases where somebody was walking by a burning building and somebody's dangling the baby and somebody walking underneath it on the sidewalk just said, "Hey, that's none of my business. I didn't cause that fire. I didn't promote that fire. And you know what? The reality is this guy wants to drop his kid. I'm out of here." I don't know. I don't know how acceptable that is. I don't know how we as a society will allow that to continue to happen. But that's what's going on now. Now, it says, how can people do that and have a conscience and go to bed? Gay told the newspaper. It's just disturbing. And that's what I say. That kind of behavior, that kind of response to what this woman wanted to do, because we already know, psychotherapists tell us that people who request or desire suicide have this inert asking of help. In other words, it's something that they're asking people to, I'm going to kill myself and this is what I'm going to do. Well, what they're doing is they're saying, somebody help me. Somebody help me get out of this situation so that I can recover from this illness, this sickness, this period in my life. And it's not everlasting. It'll end with proper treatment, with proper support, etc. But there's just so much pain out there, ladies and gentlemen. There's just so much pain that this particular woman went through the whole process. And an administrator at the website has acknowledged Shadow's death and confirmed that it deleted her final posts. This was after her death. Shortly after her death, the site posted a disclaimer telling visitors that it serves as a forum to discuss mental illness and suicide from a perspective of suicidal people, as well as its moral implications. So we know that this website is directed towards people with a suicidal tendency, and it says it discusses the moral implications of such. This is a pro-choice forum, not a pro-suicide forum, the site read. We are not a pro-suicide forum, nor do we encourage anyone here to commit suicide, yet that particular website referred her to another site that gave precise instructions on how to take her own life. We do not provide the means or the tools to do so either. Yeah, they kind of do. The claimer urged anyone feeling suicidal to call a suicide hotline, but also warned that some people may be involuntarily committed to a mental health facility if they do so. Listen, we're all former policemen, former law enforcement here at Jesus 911. We know what a 5150 health and safety code violation is. Okay, 5150 is the California health and safety section for a psychological hold. So what a psychological hold does, it for 72 hours takes somebody, for example, if we run into somebody on the street that is obviously mentally impaired, we can take them, legally speaking, to a facility, a psych facility that has a 72-hour hold. However, those people after that 72-hour can check themselves out. Even if the doctor says, well, we think you need follow-up and you need to go here, those people can check themselves out. So just because they check into a mental health facility doesn't mean that solves their problem. Doesn't mean that that's the end-all to end-all when it comes to suicide. It's very, very dangerous. And while the administrator said he doesn't blame Shadow's family for wanting someone at the site to be held culpable in her death, he dismissed the allegations that Shadow was encouraged to kill herself. Now, I don't know how this guy, or the site, I should say, gets away with that, because the site itself referred her to a secondary site that essentially led her to take these steps, which would ultimately kill her. And so we know the value of human life as Catholics, ladies and gentlemen. We know the precious nature of our call to come. Yes, and granted, we know there are some people that are called to this life not to enjoy it as others might, but to suffer through it. Some of the greatest saints that we have came to this life and suffered greatly. Some for a short period of time, some for a long period of time. And that's just the way this short glimpse of time affects us as human beings. And so even if we suffer for 60, 70, 80 years, what is that in comparison to eternity? What is that compared to what we can ultimately gain by using this suffering, by offering it for others, for ourselves, so that it does some spiritual good to help us attain what God wants us to do. You know, what did Jesus do? Jesus came to this earth. We know that he had 30 years of good life, of healthy life, of life where him and his family grew together. They prayed together. And then at the final stages of his life, the final 3 years of his life, he began to suffer. He began to experience suffering. He saw it coming from a distance and he saw it in front of him. Jesus knew what was going on. You all know the Bible verses about Jesus telling them, don't tell them I'm the Savior. Don't tell them I'm the Messiah. Don't tell them that prophecy, that the Old Testament tells us that the Messiah would have to be killed. This is such a human experience that by negating it, we get ourselves into trouble. It says here, the demonization of this forum by family members and friends of the deceased member on Facebook has been sickening for me to watch, the post read. To say that our community encourages people to commit suicide is simply not true. To say that this forum murdered this member is false. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all perspective. I mean, they could say that, it made him sick to watch it, but yet the site is there so that somebody that is in the same mental condition as this young lady is going to be led down the same path. Pro-choice is pro-choice. Pro-choice to end a life is the proper end to that sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, you and I need to be aware that saying the words pro-choice doesn't end the sentence. Everybody that says pro-choice needs to follow that up. They need to follow it up with what you and I understand to be the final phrase of that sentence. Pro-choice is pro-death, is pro-suicide. That's just the way it is. We have to remember that this life that we have, as fragile as it is, as precious as it is worth living, is worth struggling through. We all have struggles, ladies and gentlemen. Some crosses are bigger than others. Some sufferings are bigger than others. But you and I have to realize that these sufferings are meant to bring us closer to God. They're meant to bring us closer to Almighty God. And if we ignore the cross, we ignore Christ. We ignore Christ, we ignore heaven. And so we have to realize that this is something that was from the beginning. It was meant to be. Suffering in human life is what you and I have to face, even though our sufferings are not right now what they may be later. You and I need to realize that at some point our life will encompass more suffering. And that's okay. That's okay. Those of us who have been sick, and us at Virgin Most Powerful Radio can attest to this, that these little sicknesses, these little things that present themselves to us are truly, truly reminders to us that, Eddie, you're not here for very long. You're not here forever. You're not here to attain some super goal. So our job, ladies and gentlemen, is to accept the suffering. Shadow's funeral was held Wednesday in Harrisburg. Her family asked for contributions to be made in her memory to the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. And that's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's to provide the answer to unnecessary, unwanted death here in the United States. That's it. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in to Jesus 911. Tomorrow we'll resume our regular programming with Jess and Ruben. Thank you for tuning in. God bless you. Sancte Michael Arcangele, deféndenos en proelio. God bless you. Thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Saint Faustina's Prayer for Priests. O my Jesus, I beg thee on behalf of the whole Church, grant it love and the light of thy Spirit, and give power to the words of priests, so that hardened hearts might be brought to repentance and return to thee, O Lord. Lord, give us holy priests. Thou thyself maintain them in holiness. O divine and great High Priest, may the power of thy mercy accompany them everywhere, and protect them from the devil's traps and snares, which are continually being set for the souls of priests. May the power of thy mercy, O Lord, shatter and bring to naught all that might tarnish the sanctity of priests. For thou canst do all things. Amen. Virgin most powerful, pray for us.
Virgin Most Powerful Radio, sharing the gospel with clarity and charity.
And now, Virgin Most Powerful Radio is pleased to present Hands-On Apologetics with renowned Catholic author and apologist, Gary Michuta.
And welcome, everybody, Hands-On Apologetics. I'm Gary Michuta, and it's great to be with you with another week of high-intensity talk Catholic apologetics. You have entered into the Virgin Most Powerful Apologetics Dojo, and we got a very interesting show in store for you today. Coming back into the dojo, we're going to have our guest, Paul Thomas, come, and we're going to talk about the scandal of the divisions within Protestantism. Many of you are already familiar with Paul. He's been on the show a few times, and he gave a remarkable story of his own reversion back to the church. And if you haven't heard it, I highly recommend you jump on the Virgin Most Powerful radio.org website and look it up, because it's a fantastic story. And one of the elements of him coming back in the church was his realization of the fragmentation within Protestantism. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Should be a lot of fun, as always, with Paul. Also, we have our Finding the Fallacy. Finding the Fallacy today is the slippery slope argument. And also, we're going to meet an early church father. Today's early church father is Peter of Alexandria. So loads of fun in store for us today. And as always, you are part of the program, so especially on the other side of the break when we bring Paul Thomas on, give us a call at 888-526-2151. That's 888-526-2151. Love to hear from you. And also you can send us your emails at questions@handsonapologetics.com. Questions@handsonapologetics.com. That's all one word. And that is the direct line to the dojo mailbox, wherein I read and answer every email that comes in. And even sometimes we mention it on the air. And if it's really, really good, sometimes we devote a whole program to unpacking some of your emails. So your emails are very valuable. Please shoot us an email at questions@handsonapologetics.com. I'd love to hear from you. And it's time for our shout-outs to those watching live stream on Facebook and YouTube. Hello, everybody. It's great to see some familiar names and some new names there on the YouTube forum. Great to have you on board as we discuss how to explain and defend the Catholic faith with clarity, charity, and confidence. Before we do the Finding the Fallacy, I want to mention this. This is an apologetics show, and so I assume that if you're listening to this show that you are interested in the roots of Catholicism. What are the biblical, rational, historical, logical reasons for being Catholic? And many times that involves Scripture. And I just want to mention this because one tool I use virtually every day as an apologist is an electronic tool that you can get called Logos. There's also a Catholic version called Verbum. And it's at logos.com. And the only reason I mention this is because it's such a handy tool. It's a Bible program. And so you can, there's packages you can buy, and you can get different kinds of English translations of Scripture. There's automatic searches. There's even beyond that, you can get Bible commentaries, Catholic commentaries that will link to those verses. So just by bringing up, let's say, John 3:16, not only will the program bring that up to you in any translation that you have, but it'll also flip to the area of the commentary. So you could do multiple commentary searches in seconds on this program. And it's constantly expanding with not just Bible text, but it also has their early church father writings. It has historical documents. It has other languages, like if you read Greek, you get the Septuagint, Greek New Testament, or Hebrew, you can get the Masoretic text. And in fact, I am fired up about a new add-on. So this is I guess we should have a nerd alert. Richie will have to work on that. Maybe we can have it flash on the screen, nerd alert, because I'm sure there's maybe one person out there watching the program that this will interest. But you should know about it. There is a giant collection of the early church fathers in their original language called the Ming. The title is the Patrologia Latina et Graece. Okay, so the early church fathers, Greek Latin. This is in every seminary of any note. So if you ever go to seminary, you go to the seminary library, you'll see it's like 200 volumes of all the early church fathers, all the way up to the medieval period, in Greek and Latin. And it's it's been superseded by some other critical works, but as far as the entire scope of the work, it's amazing. Well, anyway, Logos this June is going to release the first 10 volumes of that in electronic form. So I am fired up because this means that you can not only do searches within the New Testament text in Greek, but you can also see where the same words and phrases are used in the Greek fathers up to the time of origin. So, okay, the nerd alert's over. You guys can now tune back to the program. But anyway, I want to recommend that. By the way, they don't pay me any money. I've been using it for years. In fact, I got my Logos back when it was in the beta version on 3.5 floppies. You remember those? Way back in the olden days. And it's a great program. It's really evolved over the years. And as an apologist, like I said, daily jump on it. So just FYI. Okay, so let's jump to our finding of the fallacy. Like I said, the fallacy for today is the slippery slope argument. And basically, you can guess what this is. The fallacious use of the slippery slope is when someone asserts that a relatively small first step leads to a chain of related events culminating in a significant, usually negative effect. In fact, there's a commercial out there somewhere. I don't remember what the brand name was, but they basically say if you don't get cable or something, this will happen, and then that will happen. Then before you know it, the world blows up. So it advises to get this particular cable package. That's kind of slippery slope argument. It's when you basically narrow down all your choices to one or two choices or consequences, and ultimately the end is something absurd. Now, the slippery slope can be used as a fallacy, but I think it mirrors a real argument where you can draw certain conclusions will follow from certain premises. So beware, not every slippery slope argument is a fallacy, although if you jump from one step to another where there could be multiple other consequences, that would be the fallacy. So that's our fallacy for today, the slippery slope argument. Meet the early church fathers. Let's jump to our early church father for today, who is Peter of Alexandria. He died sometime around AD 311. It's generally assumed that Peter, although he was not an anti-Origenist, in other words, he didn't oppose the teachings, the heretical teachings of Origen, was the head of a catechetical school in Alexandria prior to being made bishop of that see, roughly around the year AD 300. After being bishop of Alexandria for about 11 years, he died a martyr's death. Now, except for a very short letter to the clergy of Alexandria in reference to a person who tried to usurp the see, we really don't have a lot of writings from him. In fact, most of the writings that we have from Peter of Alexandria are in small fragments. So not a lot of biographical data on Peter of Alexandria, just that he was the head of the catechetical school. He wasn't opposed necessarily to Origen's, some of his strange teachings, and he died a martyr's death. But we do have fragments, and one of those fragments is on penance, or it's also sometimes known as the canonical letter. This was written in around 306 AD. And like I said, it's preserved only in little fragments. But there is one thing. It has 15 canons, and one of the canons that is mentioned in this letter is very interesting from Peter of Alexandria. And so let me read that for you, since we have about a minute before the break. We could do it. Peter, the first chosen of the apostles, having been apprehended often and thrown into prison and treated with ignominy, was crucified in Rome. And the renowned Paul, oftentimes having delivered up and put in peril of death, having endured many evils, boasting of his numerous persecutions and afflictions, was even himself put to the sword and beheaded in the city of Rome. And that is Canon 9 from Peter of Alexandria's fragments of his canonical letter, or his letter on penance. Now, of course, what's important here is this is an extremely early witness about Peter dying in Rome. And in fact, he mentions that the way Peter died was through crucifixion. Also, by the way, where and how Paul was also martyred, that he was put to the sword and beheaded in Rome as well. And of course, this is very important because, after all, the foundation of the papacy is centered on that Peter was Bishop of Rome when he died, roughly around AD 67, 68. And we also know that he was crucified upside down, and that at his death, his office was filled. Another took his office, and that person who took the office is Saint Linus. So very important testimony from Peter of Alexandria. And like I said, not of a kind of obscure early church father, but nevertheless, he is part of that glorious assembly of ancient writings. Coming up on the other side of the break, we're going to talk with Master Apologist Paul Thomas about Protestantism and the scandal of division. Stay tuned, everybody.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. You know, there's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now are saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith, because they're going to meet three men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show, and they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow, that's 80%. realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Now, back to Hands-On Apologetics with Gary Machuda. If you'd like to join the conversation, call 888-526-2151. Here's Gary.
And welcome back to Hands-On Apologetics. Well, we have coming on as guest a fellow that you're familiar with. He is our Eastern Rite Catholic apologist, Paul Thomas. Paul Thomas has done numerous talks. He himself is a revert to the Catholic faith. He's done numerous talks for Catholic audiences and youth groups, adults, men's groups. He's one of the most dynamic speakers I know. And what I love about Paul is his take from a Eastern Rite view of the faith and also of apologetics in general. And if you want to catch his whole entire story, just go to virginmostpowerfulradio.org website and select Hands-on Apologetics on our shows and go all the way back to November of 2018, not 19, November 28th of last year, and Paul gave his story. And Paul Thomas, welcome to Hands-on Apologetics.
My man, Gary.
Hey, Paul.
How are
wow,
you?
I can't believe it has been that long since you first came on the show.
I know. Time, the hour flies by, but time in general flies by. It's crazy.
I know. Yeah, November 28th last year. Well, I'm sure the people who listen regularly are familiar with your story, but would you mind maybe giving us a little thumbnail sketch about, how you grew up Catholic, how you came back to the Catholic Church?
Geez, I've done this 5,000 times.
Okay.
It's weird. The older you get, and when you look back on things you missed, you see that led you back. And I think the way that I left so far is why I came back so hard. I got lucky that I had a father that took the faith very seriously, and it never ever faltered. No matter all the heresy I believed and all the crazy stuff that I dabbled in, and he was always kind of my rock to go back to. Because my father's a very wise and smart man, so I sort of always knew I would kind of end there. So I just became a really good criminal at a young age, a very successful criminal. And it was, nothing violent or anything. I was a drug dealer and growing weed and, stuff like that in my late teens and early 20s. And just, I don't know, man. I just left. I wanted to study every other faith. I couldn't just believe the one thing that I was told was true. So I had to discover, and I left, and I went around, and I studied every religion out there, every crazy philosophy. And I think once I wanted to lower the veil from my eyes, because one thing when you accept the Catholic faith, if you're outside of it, you always see everything as no. You can't do this. It's almost like the St. Augustine quote, "Oh, Lord, save me, just not now."
Right.
So sometimes you don't want to find it because you know the repercussions of accepting something. Well, you have to accept the whole thing. I'm just a hard-minded person like that. If I'm diving in, I'm diving in. I'm not just going to be ho-hum with it. I can't do that. It's not part of my nature.
Right.
So I sort of softened myself and honestly investigated. And, I had to come to terms with a lot of things that I've done and what I believe. And the second I lowered it's like we talked about the Eucharist on that talk. Once you accept it with faith and ask God to actually show you, man, did he show me. Like within 24 hours, I went from semi-wealthy drug dealer to nothing. In 24 hours of my first prayer that I said over 15 years, he answered me in 24 hours. And all of a sudden I found myself in a jail cell with everything taken away from me. And I was so happy. And that was my exodus. My exodus back into the promised land. And then from there, you kind of just, it's too long. You just have to go back and listen.
Yeah, right.
But up on Hands-on Apologetics with Gary Matsuda.
Well, one of the reasons I wanted you to kind of give a synopsis, not only because it's been a while since you've given it, and there are new listeners, so I wanted them to be familiar with your story. And by the way, his journey back into the faith is truly amazing. You got to check out that November 28th broadcast. But it also kind of dovetails with our topic today, which is the scandal of divisions within Protestantism.
Oh boy, that is that is the one thing, once I got into accepting Christianity, that was the one thing that really drove me towards the church.
Yeah.
Was I went to every different church. I mean, you know my story. I probably went to, I'm not exaggerating, maybe 50 different. I mean, there's some streets where I live. There's 9 different churches in a half mile on a road. Yep. And you're talking, you're 30 or 40 different kind of Methodists. I went Lutheran, Anglican, different kind of Baptist. And I can never get a straight answer. And the only answer I could get is the other guy is misusing scripture. And what I'm telling you is true. That doesn't sit well with me. I think the analogy I came up with is I can't throw a 2,000-sided die and roll it, and then whatever it lands on, I'm going to put my heart in. That's just, I'm not a gambling man. And that just seemed like a gamble to me. And it almost drove me away from Christianity. I'm like, this is schizophrenic, this faith. Everyone believes something different, yet everyone else is wrong and they're right. And that was about 6 months of my journey where it, I don't want to use the word confused. It didn't deter me, but it confused me even more than when I was initially searching.
Right.
So it was like a 6-month stumbling block. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah. Now, coming from your perspective, you're Lebanese, you're Maronite Rite Catholic, and I know from Eastern Rite Catholics, especially those who are recent immigrants or their families just immigrated, in Lebanon or wherever, it's not, you don't run into Protestantism there. If you do, it's a very small kind of sect. It's either Muslim, Catholic, or Orthodox, right?
Yeah, and being in the East, and I know saying this is not popular in the Latin Rite or even Western Christendom, but when they come to our, to the Middle East, where our, my community is 2,000 years old. We've been Christian since the beginning of Christianity. My uncle back home always said, our house that we live in is older than the Reformation. So we have our communities, and that's our strength, is our unity.
Yeah.
But like our family back home doesn't even consider Protestantism Christian.
Okay.
Where that's not popular to say, but we just don't. It's
yeah, sure.
Actually, when they build their churches around our villages, and I mean I'm not part of it, but they burn them down.
Wow.
They go to pagan lands and proselytize. Don't come to ancient Christian civilization and split us up. We're barely staying alive as it is, and now you want to split us up so we argue with each other? I mean, it's a different mindset because people in the West are not surrounded by enemies. And, we die for our faith. You say the sign of the cross in the wrong spot, you lose your arm.
Right.
So it's just a different, Christian unity is a different thing to us in the East than it is in the West. Although it seems the way the ethos is going in the West, it could be happening here in a decade.
Yeah. Well, the reason I bring that up is I used to work with Chaldean Catholics, and you too as well. And I know the experience that they have when they come to America is they are kind of, they're not really sure what to make, of Protestantism, because they see them as Christians, but there's such a diversity of opinion that I know a lot of Catholics that are just recently, immigrate to America, they get confused, right? They
my uncle, I told you a story. My uncle came from Lebanon maybe 10 years ago. And we're driving around. He goes to have some family in Canada, but he came here to visit. He goes, who's St. Luther? Who's St. Baptist? I never heard of these saints before. So I'm trying to explain to him what it is, and he just could not understand it.
Right.
It was something very foreign to him.
Oh, yeah. I can imagine.
Very foreign.
So, so when you were out, you just came out of a life of crime. You're trying to search for truth, for faith, I guess. So, how did you deal with that when you went to the first Protestant church, where you're just saying, what do you believe? What does the Bible teach? And it didn't settle right, or were you confused because there were other people that had different opinions?
Well, this is what's funny, and you know me pretty well. I'm not one to pull punches. I'm not one to talk behind your back. I say it to your face. I'm pretty vocal and loud, and I'm not scared to debate.
Yeah.
So I would honestly, I'd go with an earnest, open heart. I would go participate in their service. And I remember the first one I went to was a Lutheran church with a friend I actually brought into the church too at the same time as me. So we would go, and remember, I was raised Catholic, and it would always end, and I'd be like, something's missing. Like there's no Eucharist or communion. I didn't understand that was a Catholic Orthodox thing. Was our whole worship is based around the Eucharist. Everything is based around it. It's the source and summit of our faith. And even though I was really poorly catechized, not by my parents, but just I didn't have a strong grasp of why we do what we do. I just knew what we did. So when I would question, I remember questioning a Baptist about the Eucharist, man. He was actually angry that I brought it up. And I never seen Catholics as like evil. I knew we didn't worship statues. I know we didn't worship Mary. I knew these things just because I was raised in it.
Right.
So I think after like the 40th one, I went to like hardcore Black Baptist churches, the singing and everything. I went everywhere. And instead of leading me up, it kind of led me into almost a form of deconstructionism, if that makes sense. Everyone uses these same verses, but they're arguing with each other over this verse and what it means. And I didn't know where to land. Now, I know you're a humble man, but what really started getting me to think was your book. Was Why Catholic Bibles Are Bigger. And I remember reading that, and it's our same friend, our Chaldean friend.
Yeah.
He gave me the book because he knew you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was your book kind of about the 7 books.
Yeah.
And it started turning my head towards accepting maybe, I got to investigate this church too. It has the most history, but we'll talk about it after the break. It's a daunting subject.
Okay. We're talking with Master Apologist Paul Thomas about scandalous divisions within Protestantism. So stay tuned, everybody. More to come after the break.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. There's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith, because they're going to meet 3 men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show. And they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow! That's 80%! realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
This is Jesse Romero. You're listening to Hands-On Apologetics with Gary Machuda on Virgin Most Powerful Radio.
And welcome back, everybody. We're chatting with Master Apologist Paul Thomas, our Maronite Rite Catholic apologist, on the divisions and the scandal of divisions in Protestantism. And, you know, Paul, that last point you made was really interesting, because not only do you have Protestant denominations appealing to the same verse but having different interpretations of that verse, but you also have phenomena like megachurches where they say basically, you know, doctrine doesn't matter. What matters is believing in Jesus. And issues like the canon really does cut to the center of that kind of perspective, doesn't it?
I mean, you can't go into the history of, you know, which text that we use, and you go into Masoretic text and Septuagint and what those 7 books contain. But I think it's even crazier than that. When you brought up megachurch,
yeah.
The last one I went to, I can't, like, you're reading my mind.
That's part of being the host.
Church. Psychic Lincoln.
That's right.
I had to check one out. I'm like, man, there's 700-800 people going there. Let me check it out. So I walk in. It's in this giant place that used to be like a Home Depot or something. It is huge. I walk in. There's an arcade. There's a coffee shop. There's this stuff. And I walk in, and, man, they had performers there that could be like in Hollywood. I mean, but they were doing like rap and rock and roll. And, I mean, it was a heck of a performance. Mm-hmm. But maybe it's, you know, the Catholic part ingrained in me as I was growing up, but it just, when it ended, I kind of looked around like, that's it? It just didn't feel like worship. And again, it kind of went to your, not even your thesis, your conclusion that, you know, it's just all about believing in Jesus.
Yeah.
But I think my hard-minded philosophical mind said, which Jesus?
Yes.
Your Jesus?
Yes.
Or his? Or the Anglican Jesus? Or maybe it's the Lutheran Jesus, or is it the Baptist Jesus that you're not allowed to dance or drink alcohol. So these are big deals. And again, I got one chance. I got one life. And I'll tell you, the one thing that really led me to accept diving back into Catholicism is seeing human artifices, things that we built, and how long do these communities last before they split? You know, a lot of these divisions last 2 or 3 generations, they split into something else.
Yeah.
If the Catholic Church really wasn't founded by Jesus, do you really think a bunch of sinning men full of debauchery? You look at our history. We should have destroyed the church 50 times over, and it's still here.
Yeah.
How is it still here? I mean, how many people tried to destroy it? I forgot which pope said that. I think it was when Napoleon said that he would destroy the church. Was it Pope Leo? I think. Said, good luck. We've been trying to destroy it for how many years, and we can't even destroy it on the inside. You're not going to destroy it from the outside. It's an amazing reality in history of the one thing that us humans are part of that still lasts today. And we don't have an army and a government, and we're just a holy institution that still is the biggest charitable organization in the world, who the world owes the education system to, the scientific method. I mean, Western law and human rights come from the church. And when you start delving into the history of it, which is deeper than the greatest abyss in the ocean, our history,
right.
It's a lifelong journey, and it's something that's very fulfilling. And, you know, once it's tried, it is very simple as just believe in Jesus. but believing comes with, it's more of a marriage. It's not just believing in some guy.
Yeah. You know, you brought up a really good point, because especially here in America, we're used to the latest version. You know, version 2.0 is always better than version 1.1. Or also, you know, if you don't find a church that suits your needs, you can go and church shop. I mean, that's actually a word out there that people will shop around to find a church that kind of suits them, and that's where they go. And but from your perspective, I mean, from an Eastern Rite perspective, I mean, your whole psyche is rooted in history. You know, you're in touch with your past, and that's two very different worldviews, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, even for Eastern Rite in America, it's slightly different, because we grew up. You know, I was born here. My family came here in the 30s and 40s. Mm-hmm. So I grew up in this country. So our religious ethos, if you want to call it, like you said, there's always another translation. There's always a translation of a translation that's even better and easier to understand. But I thank my father for taking me back to see where we came from. You know, we live in these ancient buildings. We walk down these ancient streets that Jesus walked on. You know, every day we touch buildings that go back before Jesus. So our history is not something that we read about in books. It's something that we live in every day. So it's hard to disconnect us from our history when our history is something that we live in every day. That's not lost. It's not some old fable. It's my neighbor's house. You know,
right.
It's like, even, you know, for my family, you know, we converted in the first century. It's almost like a family tradition to us. You know, we were Christian before the scriptures were put together.
Yeah.
This is that's another thing that kind of bothered me.
Right.
If scripture is our true authority, and how we think of Catholics is the Bible is authoritative, but an authority is one who interprets something that's authoritative. The Bible doesn't speak. So if it is our true rule of faith, only the Bible and the way you interpret it, then the church really didn't exist for 500 years. Because when Jesus left on Pentecost, there was... My dad just showed up and was waving at me. I'm sorry. It's, who was the church the day of Pentecost? Like, was that authoritative church here and able to teach and able to do things? Or did it have to wait? Because even when the scriptures were written, most churches did not have all of them. They had some of them. Like, you know, the Pauline churches had the letters he wrote to them. And then maybe the couple gospels. But they didn't have what we have today, put in a binding with 27 books.
Right.
That is a further 4 centuries later.
Right.
So when I started reading, another verse that really got me is when Jesus says, "So as the Father has sent me, and I send you." And then he tells them, whatever sins you forgive are forgiven, and whatever sins you bind are bound. Like, man could bind people's sins? This is power that is given, that's outside of Scripture, that was given to the apostles. That really intrigued me. Like, so he gave them this power, then where is it today? Because he said the church will always be here, and this is what he set up.
Right.
Where are these people that can forgive my sins on earth and in heaven? This one verse that intrigued me right there was my, like, I don't know. It was my foot in the door, and I got to see behind the door, and it was really attractive, but it also scared the crap out of me. Because I knew the implications of flirting with this. Mm-hmm. Because I knew if I went in, I had to go totally in, and I knew there would be some repercussions on my lifestyle.
Right.
But my lifestyle, I knew, was kind of shallow, and I really wasn't satisfied. So I started flirting with it. You know what happens when you start digging into history?
Yeah, it could be a dangerous thing.
Yes, it can.
Well, hey,
but you know what? I got burned, and it was awesome.
Yeah, thanks be to God. Well, we have a call from John.
Thanks be to
God. John, welcome to Hands On Apologetics.
What's up, John?
John. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are.
Oh, yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, well, great. I got a question for Paul. I'm real interested in this thing. I'm older, and I don't know how old you are, but I have such a I just love apologetics. And you were brought up Catholic, and you had a dad that was very Catholic. And then even when you came back towards the church, you still looked at Protestantism. So I guess my question is, did you ever get any apologetics when you were growing up at all? Yeah, that's my question.
Oh, man, my dad is like a scholar. My mom is like, I grew up, my dad's mom was like a saint. My mom is a saint. But my dad is a saint, but he is an apologist. But you know what?
Okay, so even when you were
a prophet, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Paul. Even when you were young, he wasn't teaching you, or did he teach you how to defend yourself against Protestantism?
Not so much about Protestantism, but just against the world. More the worldly, secular, atheist kind of stuff. But
okay.
I
had that kind of upbringing. I had that kind of upbringing too, but when someone walks up to you, and they say, "Call no man father," etc., all the arguments, of course.
Oh yeah.
I was never prepared for that kind of thing. I was pretty well catechized, but I was just really interested in your search after you decided to come back, having such a Catholic family, why you would even consider Protestantism.
Dude, amen. I don't know. There's when Jesus says a prophet never has respect in his own village. When you hear it from your parents, like family, it usually doesn't convert family. It's usually a stranger. Now, I was well catechized on what the church was and, the rubrics and the accoutrements and all that stuff. But I never really heard a lot of the hard, the James Whites and you have really good Protestant apologists, and they make some good points if you're really not well-versed in Catholic apologetics, which Catholic apologetics are nothing new. You go back to Justin Martyr in the 1st century, 2nd century. Our apologetics are very old, but I wasn't really privy to these ancient arguments. So
yeah, very good.
I guess more on the other side.
We are talking to Master Apologist Paul Thomas. More on the other side of the break. Stay tuned, everybody.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. There's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith, because they're going to meet 3 men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show. And they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow, that's 80%. realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Now, back to Hands on Apologetics with Gary Machuda. If you'd like to join the conversation, call 888-526-2151. Here's Gary.
And welcome back, everybody. We're chatting with Master Apologist Paul Thomas. And by the way, John, by the way, I put you on mute, and I was going to have a follow-up question on the other side of break, but I guess we lost you. My apologies. So, Paul, yeah, that's a really good, he brings up a very good point, is, many of us are catechized, but we aren't really educated in how to explain and defend the faith, are we?
No. I was going to say to him, if he was still on, I can completely guess he didn't listen to my story, because I'm a cornucopia of bad decisions. So that was just one of them. Add on the other 3,000, and then you'll realize why I did that.
You and me both. So that's why we get along. But it's got to be rooted in catechesis, because you can't come up with answers to every objection out there, because there are so many different beliefs, so many different denominations, so many different objections. So knowing your faith well is a good place to start. So when you were coming back to the church, you kind of had a first-hand experience about being pummeled with objections and so on.
Yes. But what's really weird is, even though I didn't consider myself Catholic, I still argued from that point, because that was the point I understood. So everything else was just different than Catholicism. It was my base, because I was raised in it,
Yeah. Right.
Like you said, you learn the faith, but you don't learn why you believe this. Mm-hmm. And what really changed me was really I don't know the word. It was really the point that really opened my eyes, is going, well, I know what these people believe now. I know what the Reformers believed originally, and a lot of these churches don't believe what they believe. What did the Christians in the first 5 centuries believe? Like outside of the Bible, these are, holy writ, but we have a lot of Christians in the first 5 century. What did they believe? And it led me to the patristic fathers, and that was my downfall. That was the opening the door and sliding down full speed.
Right.
And that's
and it was your background, because you're rooted in the past, right? That you could see that.
Mm-hmm.
But, what kind of advice would you give Catholics who are born here in the United States, right? Maybe there's parents out there listening that are raising kids, to kind of instill in them this idea of how ancient the faith is. And like you said, that miracle of perpetuity, that the church continues on, even despite all the scandals, all the corruption and so on.
I do understand. It can be depressing when you see all the stuff going on. And you start to think of the church, at least modern day, like a business. Like, that scandal, they're closed, they need to resign. This is nothing new. We've gone through way worse scandals than this.
Yeah.
I mean, again, get rooted in history and start reading about the Arian heresy. I mean, you got a heresy that swallowed 90% of the church, maybe even more. Yet we're still here. You have the 100 years of the Borgia popes. You got Pope Alexander. You got all kinds of scandal. We're still here. Nothing could survive that. It wasn't a divine mandate. You look at history. You got countries with armies. How many empires has Europe been? I mean, in the last 200 years, they've been the Hungarian Empire. They've been all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Yet the church is still here. It's almost like living and seeing a miracle, but not realizing the miracle. You know me, I love analogies.
Yeah.
To me, it's why Jesus used parables It's the same reason I like analogies, because you can understand them, and there's no such thing as a perfect analogy, but it helps shed light on what we walk in. I don't know if it was my father. I think it was. And there was always this painting I loved downstairs. It was like this boat out on the water and the light shining behind it. And it's gorgeous, but it's a painting. And I remember him telling me, you look at the painting and you see this art, but you don't see what they're painting as art. So you see the sun and you see the sky and you paint it and now it's art. But what you're painting, you don't realize you're walking in art all day.
Yeah. Right.
And it transcends you when you think about it like that. And I started seeing the church like that, with all its imperfections, all its humans, and everyone literally subconsciously trying to destroy it, yet it still stands strong. And it's amazing to be part of it. Something that is 2,000 years old. It's
yeah.
It's amazing. It's a piece of art.
You did put that very well. It is like a miracle that everybody has access to. It's happening right now, but you can't recognize it unless you know the history.
Yep.
That's fascinating. And
as
especially...
a person,
go ahead.
As a person growing up Catholic, it's like people, okay, when you, have you ever been to Hawaii?
I haven't, no.
Okay, I haven't either. But when you look at it, everyone's like, oh, what a heaven. I want to go there. It's so beautiful. But the people that live there don't see it like that because they live in it every day.
Yeah.
It's just another scene that I drive through, whoopie-doo-dah. They look at where we live as something awesome. So when you grow up in it, I think you see the miraculous as somehow mundane because it's common and you don't see it because you're sort of blinded to the beauty because you live in it and you take it for granted. You really do.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so glad I left and I came back, because I'm kind of like the prodigal son. And what did the father do to the prodigal son? He slaughtered the fattest calf. So it's almost like he welcomes you back and you get this giant party, and it's just it's liberating. It really is. If that's the word I can use, it most appropriately describes it. As I was lost, but now I'm home. It was amazing.
Yeah, and we're so accustomed in America with this, these got you moments, especially in politics. Somebody makes a slip up or a photograph, that that looks ridiculous or something like that, and people just say, well, that's the end of their career, And
but
I think
you know it happens like that in Protestantism, though. I mean, you have churches now that 10 years ago never accepted homosexuality and homosexual marriage and the LGBTQ, whatever the end is now, all that agenda. And within 10 years, you got half the churches accepted now.
Yeah.
Another thing I love about being part of the church, you can hate it, but it ain't changing. And that's a boat I can anchor to.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, hey, I want to switch gears really quick because there's another aspect of this division thing that we haven't touched on. And I'm going to read, this is from John 17, verses 20 and 21. It's Jesus' high priestly prayer. And he says, I'm not asking on behalf of them alone, but also on behalf of those who will believe in me through their word, that all will be one, as you, Father, are in me and I am in you. May they also be in us, so that the world may believe that you sent me. And there was something that you touched on earlier when you were going to these different churches, that you realized that what is this Christianity? Because it seems like it's talking on both sides of its mouth. It's for one thing, and then you go to another church that's against it, and vice versa.
Another analogy. Go figure.
Okay.
I always seen it after I left, and I was able to look at the outside, because that almost drove me away. I almost was like, if the Bible is a choose-your-own-adventure book, it's not true. That's where my thesis landed before I decided to look into Catholicism. But it's like scriptural inflation. $1 million right now is a lot of money. If I had $1 million, it'd be awesome. But if everyone had $1 million, well, it'd be worthless, because then $1 million becomes $1. So if there's 1 million interpretations of the Bible, then there is no interpretation. It means nothing. It's worthless. It's whatever you want it to be. That doesn't breed unity. To me, I almost think Protestantism is the reason. I mean, look where its origins are, Western Europe. Do you see Christianity in Western Europe? The places where it was born, Christianity has died. Because to me, I think it confused people to what Christianity really is. Because if it is that, then it's everything. You know, Jesus is what? Yeah. Whatever you want him to be. That I cannot accept. And I think the world, the pagan world on the outside sees that too. This is why I think we converted so many people instantly, because we were one.
Yeah.
And once you destroy how do you destroy? I mean, you scatter the family, kill the shepherd, scatter the flock. And that is kind of what has happened. Look at the flock. It's easily divided when there is no standard for truth that can't change.
Right. And if our interpretation of Scripture is based on our own subjective, tenets and stuff, who's to say that the authors of Scripture themselves weren't just picking and choosing, and that's just their opinion, but there could have been others' opinion about who or what Jesus is. You know what I mean? It kind of undermines the integrity of the Scripture itself.
Well, of course. I mean, even in my year of reading, when I was studying my way in, certain verses became different to me, and I interpreted them different as the more that I learned. So one verse that I could have put my code on all of a sudden means something different because I learned something else. So truth does not evolve. It's true. You might evolve, but the truth cannot change according to your own will. This is
very good.
Just not something I can accept.
Yeah. Well, hey, Paul, I can't believe our hour is just flown.
Come on, it's already over?
It's already over. I know. Time flies when you're having fun. But thanks so much for coming on Hands On Apologetics. We appreciate it.
No, not as much as me. I love you, my brother. Thank you.
All right. Well, take care. That is Paul Thomas, Master Apologist, Eastern Rite, Dojo Specialist. And the time, I tell you, the time just flies. And we have a bunch of great guests coming up this week. We have Catholic Brian coming back into the dojo. He's going to talk about 10 do's and don'ts about evangelism. We also have a person that this is going to be my first acquaintance with, Anthony Digman. Mark McNeil is coming back to the dojo, a convert, and we're going to talk about prayer in apologetics. And then Friday, we're going to have Teresa Beam come on and talk about Seventh-day Adventists. So lots of interesting things on the docket this week, I tell you. But like I said, it's amazing, but it's already time to shut down the Midwest Command Center here and turn off the lights at the dojo. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed the program. And coming up next, we have high-intensity Catholic talk coming at you with a dynamic duo of Catholicism, the Terry and Jesse Show, the show that started it all, folks, from Virgin Most Powerful Radio. I'm Gary Machuda, and I hope everybody has a wonderful, blessed day. And God willing, we'll get together and talk tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In the 1990s, I lived and worked in Hollywood. But when my wife Betty's mom took ill, we relocated to Orange County. And it was during this time in our lives that I converted to Catholicism. Once my eyes were opened to the truth, I couldn't learn enough about the faith. But I had less free time than ever, especially with a long commute. That's when I discovered the real value of Catholic audio. Listening to cassette tapes transformed my daily commute into a miniature retreat. And that's the beauty of Virgin Most Powerful Radio today. Since the podcasts are archived, you can listen anytime on our smartphone app. I know how listening to Catholic audio can bring you closer to Christ and His Church, so I encourage you to visit the App Store or go to vmpr.org and download the app today. It just might change your life. I'm Matthew Arnold for Virgin Most Powerful Radio.
Virgin Most Powerful Radio, sharing the gospel with clarity and charity.
I'm a soldier for Christ. I'm a soldier for Christ. I'm a soldier. No, they'll never take us under, because we're bringing truth like thunder. Raining on your speakers like a ton of bricks. Hold the cross high, cause we're Catholics. Fight the good fight with the truth. Stand tall with the truth. I'm a warrior for Christ. I'm in love with the truth. Love God, save souls, slay error. Go stronger. Go stronger.
Welcome to the Terry and Jesse Show. Jesse's out today. He'll be back in the morning. My good friend Matt Arnold will be joining me in the second segment. But I always like to say we're too inspired to be tired. We're too protected to be dejected, and too renewed to be subdued. You know, an attitude of gratitude is welcome just about everywhere. So here at the Terry and Jesse Show, we talk about some very sinister topics, but we also talk about solutions, and it's always the same. It's Jesus Christ and his bride, the church. Every day we open up our Bibles to the readings of daily Mass. We call it our soul food, the Bible. And today's reading and the feast day is tied into the show, because today we're going to be talking about the cultural issues and how to overcome them in our life, and how to help our kids get to heaven and our spouses to get to heaven. So let's open up the Bible to John 16, verse 29 to 33. A reading from the Holy Gospel according to John. The disciples said to Jesus, "Now you are talking plainly and not in figure of speech. Now we realize that you know everything and that you do not need to have any question you. Because of this, we believe that you came from God." Jesus answered them, "Do you believe now? Behold, the hour is coming and has arrived, when each of you will be scattered to his own home, and you will leave me alone. But I am not alone, because the Father is with me. I have told you this so that you might have peace in me. In the world you will have trouble, but take courage. I have conquered the world." The gospel of the Lord. Praise to you, Lord Jesus Christ. When Jesus said this, when he said that you will leave me alone, you know what I related that to, my own practical life? The Holy Eucharist. We've lost the sense of the real presence. So we need to encourage more of our Catholics and non-Catholics to visit Jesus in the Blessed Sacrament to receive those Eucharistic graces. But also, Jesus said in the Gospel that I have overcome the world, and he said you will have trouble, but take courage. Now, I say courage because today we're living in a mixed up world. Everybody would agree. And I think that in 475 AD, we had a vicar of Christ by the name of Saint Pope Felix III. He's a saint. And he said this, and I repeat it often for all of my 40 years. He says, "Not to oppose error is to approve it." And we've been approving it because we haven't opposed a lot of the things in our culture. But now we are. He says, "And not to defend truth is to suppress the truth. And indeed, to neglect to confound evil men when we can do it is no less a sin than to encourage them." Why do I bring this up? Because the topics we're going to be talking on deal with immoral actions in our culture. And we Christians need to stand up for Jesus and not look the other way. I want to bring Bishop Sheen into the picture right now. Woo! Full Sheen ahead. Wow. Let's continue to pray for his canonization through the beatification process. And we will hopefully get one day where we can go to that. Bishop Sheen talks about our youth. Now, think about this, everybody. 23% of families that have kids have a mom and dad at home. What? What's that? 77% have no father and mother at home? You think there's a problem in the culture? What did St. John Paul II, the great, say in his letter to the families? The way the family goes is the way the culture goes. We've got to get our fathers back into action. All right, here's what Bishop Sheen said about the youth. Our delinquent youth in America becomes delinquent because they have no missions, no purpose in life. Pour steam into a boiler and give it no work, and it will blow up. Youth is blowing up for the same reason. Now, here's an example. Chicago, Illinois. 50 people were shot over the weekend, mostly young people. Are you kidding me? No, this is fact. In all these major cities, as it warms up, more people are getting into crime, and it's a violent world out there right now. So let's keep that in prayer because we've got the answer. It's Jesus Christ. I want to give you some good news. Did you hear back in December, right here in Southern California, there's a little baby that was born, and he's the world's smallest baby ever to survive and leave the hospital 5 months later. Put your seatbelt on. This little baby's 23 weeks, 3 days, and weighing as much as a large apple. Why do I say that this is good news? Because we've got a woman on our Supreme Court Justice, Bader Ginsburg, claiming that pregnant women are not mothers. Well, I would like to, she's probably much smarter than me, but I have more common sense because I know when a woman's pregnant, she's not pregnant with a banana or just cells. It's a human being. And to prove it to Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, go ahead and look at LifeSite News, this article. This little baby was born at the Sharp Mary Birch Hospital in San Diego, and now it's 5 months later and the baby's leaving the hospital. But think about what mother thought. They told the mother and father, hey, look, your baby probably won't last more than an hour or two because it's just premature. It's not going to be able to breathe. We'll do everything we can, but we can't promise you anything. Well, the baby obviously survived all this time, and they're saying it's a miracle. The nurses, they're just like blown away because normally this doesn't happen. They usually haven't had their internal organs develop enough to be on their own. So I share this good news story because we're going to be talking a lot about life in general. Now, I want to just give you a good news story where parents implemented what Pope Felix III said: not to oppose error is to approve it, not to defend truth is to suppress it. Here in Ohio, in the Delaware, Ohio County Library, they were going to have a drag queen program for little kids to try to influence them, in a very bad way. Well, parents just didn't look the other way and say, oh, well, that's our culture. No. What did they do? They confronted the authorities at the library and said, we don't want this. This is not why we're paying our tax dollars to corrupt our kids. So they had to go to a little private bookstore to do their thing. And obviously not many people are going to go there. And hopefully that will squash that. Now, why do I say this? Is because this is when good people took action on an item that was so sad that, without good people doing something like that, these things are happening all over the country. Because I know here in California, they're doing the same thing. This is a technique they're using to try and influence our young people. Think about it. Isn't it harder to persuade somebody later in life about homosexuality than when they're little kids? Of course, and they know it. And that's what they're doing. When we come back after the break, I'm going to have Matt Arnold on, and we're going to talk about something that's incredibly crazy. Could prostitution be the next to be decriminalized, like marijuana and other things? That's what we're going to hit. But before I do that, I want to just remind you of a couple things. Justice Clarence Thomas was right. He came out just recently and said Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger was a racist. Now, you've heard us say it, but the Supreme Court Justice is saying it. Can you tell the difference? You've got Justice Rensberger. She's saying that a mother, it's a mom who has a baby inside of her. Justice Ruth Bader says she's not a mother. And then you have Justice Clarence Thomas, who's saying Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger was a racist. Well, that's why it's so important that President Trump picks a conservative for the next Supreme Court justice so that we'll replace Justice Ruth Bader, who's 89 years old and sick. We'll pray for her that she will be removed and that she will come to light of the gospel, because right now she sees things in a very evil way. Now, I also want to remind you that Disney is also saying that they're not going to film in Georgia because of the heartbeat law in Georgia. Many states are doing this, and I just want to say that when these people come out to not support the pro-life, well, then you make a decision not to go to Disneyland, not to support their movies. There's Netflix that are saying that they're not going to do that. Well, then tear up your Netflix and say, I'm not going to do that either. We have to make a stand. It's just like Pope Felix III said, not to oppose error is to approve it. So when we see error, we have to stand up and say, no, I'm not on my watch. And that's what they did with the drag queen in Ohio. They said, no, we're not going to let this, mess up our kids. And I say this because statistically, everybody, only 23% of families have mom and dad at home. So the kids don't have the leadership that we had at one time. Now, when we come back, Matt Arnold will be with me to talk about some really top subjects, like I said, about prostitution. Could it be the next decriminalized action in our country? And we're going to also talk about the euthanasia that's going on in this country and all over the world and how to stop it. So many people are committing suicide. Are you ready for this? We got 17 people in our military each day committing suicide. It's tragic. And I want to just say, we pray eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. We come back. Matt Arnold will be here with me. Jesse Romero will be back tomorrow. He's getting some needed rest. You're listening to the Terry and Jesse Show on Virgin Most Powerful Radio. Don't turn that dial. We'll be right back. This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. There's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith, because they're going to meet 3 men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show. And they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow! That's 80%! realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Welcome back to the Terry and Jesse Show. To join the conversation, call 888-526-2151. Now, here's Terry and Jesse.
Welcome back to the Terry and Jesse Show. Jesse's out of town, but my good friend Matt Arnold will be joining us. I mentioned in the first segment about a little baby being born in San Diego 5 months ago at 23 weeks and 3 days, and the baby survived. And we have Franco in Fullerton who has something to share with us on that topic. Franco, welcome to the Terry and Jesse Show, brother.
How you doing, Terry?
I'm blessed, brother. What's on your mind?
Well, I was listening to the segment, and I wanted to share with with everyone that my niece was born in the state of Washington, 15 ounces and a half.
Wow.
She was born in April of 2007. She is now 12 years old. She's a normal child, normal. I mean, like a regular person. There's no disabilities, and they thought that because and that was with the tubes and everything. That was her way in. She was more like the 11-ounce baby.
Yes.
But they gave her last rites. My sister's very, very staunch Catholic, on fire as well. And she was born at 25 weeks though.
Wow.
And living proof that it's God's will.
Amen, brother.
On when one should perish and one should stay.
Yep.
So I just wanted to share that.
Thanks for your witness, Franco. Thanks for sharing in on the Virgin Most Powerful. God bless you, brother. Wow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Franco and others have told me that they've had similar situations. I have a friend who had a son who was premature at 28 weeks, and he's in the seminary today. So it's just shocking that we have a culture that denies the humanhood of people in the mother's womb. It's crazy. Hey, I think I've got Matt Arnold on with Terry. Matt, are you there, my brother?
I am here. Can you hear me?
I love it. I am here. I love that. It sounds like a great line from some movie. Matt, before we begin, you and I had a very interesting interview Saturday. We took time to take Dr. Scott Hahn for an hour to talk about 30 years ago. Dr. Hahn gave his famous conversion story, which I recorded. And so I asked him if he would come on Virgin Most Powerful to talk about, just the old days and what's been going on for 30 years in evangelization, because I'm kind of tired, to be honest with you, of all the bad things that have happened. But we got to really stress a lot of good things that are happening and helping people fall in love with Jesus and his bride, the church. So we will let people know when that broadcast will take place. But Matt, you worked overtime on that one. You did a fantastic job with Matt, with Scott Hahn. But Matt, the reason I brought you on today, and Jesse's taking some needed rest, but I wanted to get your take on some topics, cultural issues that are being faced today, because there's an article that says, could prostitution be next to be decriminalized? We've talked about how marijuana has gone through the mainstream. It used to be illegal. I mean, I think the federal law is still, it's illegal, but states have approved of all this. Could prostitution be next? Because there's bills introduced in Maine, Massachusetts, and other states, D.C., New York may be next. Some Democratic lawmakers are about to propose a comprehensive decriminalization bill that would eliminate penalties for both men and women involved in prostitution, as well as the Johns whom they serve. Now, this is about the oldest profession. I get that, and understanding that we have to be able to deter it. This is what Senator Ramos, a Democrat, says. So I'm thinking that we just have to really let it happen. Another Democrat saying that we need to let it happen. Matt, before I go on, I just want to get your take, because you're a Renaissance man. You've seen how over the years Christians have dealt with immoral actions. But my take on this is when good people stay quiet, this is the kind of thing that can lead to a very evil practice being basically legalized. So what's your take on all this?
Well, first off, some people always say you can't legislate morality.
I've heard that.
I mean, that was a big argument when in the abortion debate back in the day. Can't legislate. But, of course, every legislation is a moral issue.
Of course.
That's what laws are.
Yep.
And so, when people say, well, it's like they're doing it anyway, and now we can tax it and we can make money and blah, blah, blah. Well, first off, I would suggest to you that prostitution is already legal in the sense that we have such a massive proliferation of pornography in our society.
That's true.
And those actors, quote unquote actors, are paid to commit sexual acts.
Yep.
What do you call that? What's the name for that, Terry? It's prostitution. So first off, it's already alive and well and being indulged in legally in our country as it is. Secondly, I just anecdotally, I have a Facebook page. I'm kind of a public person, and I want to be able to disseminate information and receive it. And I've recently got a rash of Facebook requests from people with Russian or, Russian-sounding names, some of them even in the Cyrillic alphabet.
Yeah.
And, and you look at them and their profile looks normal, and you say, well, okay, I'll let them, be, who am I to say no? But then virtually all of them have then said, a friend wants you to like a page on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
And they're links to these pornography pages.
Yes.
Right? So they're sneaking it in, and it's quite insidious, and it's everywhere. But you say it's the oldest profession, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the long-standing joke. Prostitution is the world's oldest profession.
Yeah.
Well, there's something else that's old and every bit as ubiquitous as prostitution has ever been in every single culture on the earth, and that's slavery.
Exactly.
And we know, the Catholic Church is one of the few institutions that has really made any great effort across the years against human trafficking, they call it.
Yep.
Human trafficking is just slavery, okay? That's what that means.
Yep.
All right, buying and selling people. And when you're talking about buying and selling the most intimate act that can take place between two people,
yes,
that is itself, it is a form of slavery. And of course, we know so many people around the world, men, women, children, even, God help us, that are involved in prostitution, and they are little more than slaves.
That's right.
Even places where it is legal and regulated, how many of those women commit suicide? How many of them feel like that they have no alternative? Who wakes up as a kid and says, "Boy, what's your dream?" Well, I want to be a prostitute.
Nope.
It's just not on the radar. People don't do that because they think it's a good business decision or it's going to be fulfilling way of life. They do it because they don't have any other choice. And so people, the pimp is the colloquial word, but the people who procurers or whatever you want to call them, they're doing nothing but exploiting these people in the very worst possible way.
I couldn't
legalize that would be. I would say this would be it's going to be, if not the final nail, one of the final nails in the coffin of morality in this country.
Of course. And Matt, like I said, if good people do nothing, this is when it continues to go on. And I think that it's time for us Christians, and I'm not only talking about Catholics, people of goodwill, common sense tells you this is wrong. And, when you just mentioned about suicide.
You would think this is something where the feminists and the LGBTQ, whatever, alphabet people, and Christians and Jews and Muslims and everybody could get together on.
Yes.
You would think, because, which feminist says, "Oh yeah, I'm all for prostitution"? I'd like to get a list of names.
Yep. Well said.
So that we can publish that abroad.
Matthew, I have a stack of papers of people who have committed suicide because of immoral actions. For example, there's a little 16-year-old girl in New York, in Queens, who just committed suicide by jumping off a building because she was forced by her schoolmates to perform immoral actions of sexual matter. And she was so upset, she went to her school and told the people that what happened, and they just said, "Oh yeah, well, we'll look into it." Nope, nobody did a darn thing, and then she just committed suicide. And I see this more and more happening. Women, like for example, sets herself on fire because she's so distraught about her life. Here's an ex-WWE star, Ashley Massaro. She was planning her trip to Vegas, really 39 years old, and she committed suicide. I want to pray for all of those people because we don't know how to, if they asked for repentance, but I can say this, they all of them are in need of prayer. So I want to pray right now for those individuals today who are dying because of suicide, because of the lack of meaning and purpose of life. In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, amen. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let the perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace, and may the souls of the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. Matthew, you nailed it when you said slavery. And you know what blows me away? You know, we say this, I mean, St. Thomas, well, he doesn't use the word stupid, but we say sin makes us stupid. And it seems to me...
It darkens the intellect. I think that's...
Yeah, he calls it darken intellect, but we kind of make it into, you know, Joe Sixpack language. It just makes you plain stupid. Because when you think about it, when you don't have God in your life and you don't know that we're here to get to heaven and we want to have a relationship with Jesus Christ, the world, the devil and the flesh is very, very powerful. And one thing I want to ask and talk to you when we come back from the break is about euthanasia. Because this is suicide too. The people just saying, look, I'm checking out because I don't feel good anymore. It's all about feelings. And that's...
Yeah, well, Terry, I'll tell you something.
Tell me, Matt.
Euthanasia is already a euphemism.
That's right.
Okay? At mercy killing,
yeah.
Call it. Then they, most lately, they came up with physician-assisted suicide.
Oh, my gosh. Genetic...
Okay?
Yeah.
Well, you know, if a doctor takes your life, that's murder, friend.
That's the last time I looked, you know, genetic engineering of words, but this is how they did it with abortion. And Pope Paul VI, when we come back, I want to set the stage. He, 50 years ago, professed in a document called Humanae Vitae, he told us what would happen once we lost the sacredness of life. And we'll have much, much more here at the Terry and Jesse Show. You won't want to miss this because we're going to go back to a pivotal time in 1965. And when I tell you what happened with the Griswold case on contraception, you're going to go, wow, I see where the slippery slope took place. And you know what happens? When good people stop fighting for the truth, evil abounds. But not here at Virgin Most Powerful, because what's our model, everybody? Charity with clarity, or clarity with charity. Either way, it basically says we need to know the truth because that's what sets us free. But we live in a world right now where people are saying, what is truth? Just like it was 2,000 years ago. And what's going to take place? The answer is Jesus Christ. That's who we need to introduce people to, the person of Christ and his bride, the church. That's what our marching papers are for Virgin Most Powerful, and for you, our listener, to share the good news with your family. Think about what I just said when only 23% of the families have a mom and dad at home raising their kids. What did St. John Paul II say in his letter to the families in 93? The way the family goes is the way the culture goes. And when we come back, I want to hopefully inspire you to fight this euthanasia movement that's taking place all over the world on Virgin Most Powerful Radio. We are going to fight the good fight here with clarity and charity. We'll be right back in one quick moment. This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. You know, there's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith because they're going to meet three men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show. And they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow! That's 80%! realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Welcome back to the Terry and Jesse Show. To join the conversation, call 888-526-2151. Now, here's Terry and Jesse.
Welcome back to the Terry and Jesse Show. I always like to say I'm too blessed to be stressed, too anointed to be disappointed, and if hope was money, I'd be a billionaire. Matt Arnold is with me today, filling in for Jesse, but I want to just mention something to you. People have already asked about my crucifix. It's a Benedictine cross I'm wearing now outside my shirt. Why are you doing that now? Here's what I told my engineer and others. I said, I'm tired right now, or I see God being replaced in our culture to a point where nobody wants to bring God into the picture. So I'm hoping that this crucifix will be an image of just like a religious garb when you see a priest with a collar on or a habit for a sister, that they think, oh, that person believes in God. Because I want God to have a say in all of this in our culture. And so I'm hoping that this will show people that I'm a believer in Jesus Christ. So that's why I decided I'm going to be wearing this now. All right, I wanted to bring us back to two things. One, don't forget, in California, we got the issue with the law coming in about confession. They're trying to break the seal of confession. If you're in California, make sure you contact your officials. But also, our governor, Gavin Newsom, who I pray daily for, he came out and said, I want to welcome women to have abortions in our state. Come and kill your baby in California. I just don't like supporting hitmen. Do you? I don't either. So I want you to contact California, the senators, and the governor's office, and let him know that, he's criticizing the issue of pro-life. And also in L.A. County, are you ready for this one? They've put out an announcement. L.A. County supervisors are not going to do business in Georgia because of the heartbeat law. You see how there's a battle going on? And if we just sit back on the sidelines and watch it, evil will abound. All right, I promised euthanasia to you. Here's what's going on. There's an expert in Amsterdam, Europe. He's inventing this death pod with a die button that kills victims within minutes. What? This sounds like science fiction. No, this is an internationally recognized euthanasia expert known as, are you ready for his doctor's name? Dr. Death, has invented an elegant, stylish death pod in the shape of a coffin that users can climb in, push the die button, and meet their demise within minutes because the liquid nitrogen quickly lowers the oxygen level. And so you can do that. Now, this death pod is the brainchild of Philip Nachel, who actually we should be praying for. He's the founder of a company. Are you ready for his name of his company? Exit International. It's an organization that promotes suicide. So here's my question to Matt Arnold. Matt, can you believe that, they're actually bringing this and trying to market this to people to say, look, when you're not feeling like, you're having a good time in life, maybe you lost your health, you can't even walk, you're in a wheelchair, we'll take good care of you. Step in here into this little coffin, push this button, and you'll be gone. I just think this is Satan's big way of convincing people that there's no judgment at the end of life. That's what I take it as. What's your take on all this?
Well, yeah, you put your finger on it right at the very beginning of the segment when you said that God's been removed from the conversation.
Yeah.
You remember Bishop Sheen? I know that's a silly thing to say on this program, but when he did his convert course on television, what did he call it? He called it "Life is Worth Living."
Yep.
Life is worth living. Why? Because a teenager committed suicide and left a note that said that life wasn't worth living.
Yep.
And so Sheen responded by, going on television and teaching people about the Catholic faith to say, no, life is worth living.
That's right.
You got to bring God back into the conversation.
That's right.
But the thing is, at that time, a teen suicide was so rare and so shocking that it inspired a Emmy-winning television series.
Yep.
Today, it's unfortunately so very common.
Very sad.
And now you've got these death peddlers who are saying to us that, oh no, suicide isn't a tragedy. It's a solution. It's a business.
Unbelievable.
You want to make a business out of it. You think about that, and I'm sorry because my brain often goes to the seamless garment argument where we talk about these things. So we got to be pro-life, and so you should never execute a criminal, for example.
All right, let's do it. Come on.
But here you go. I mean, I'm sorry to say that it's the same people that are against the death penalty are often the same people that are for abortion and euthanasia.
That's true.
Right? It's completely inconsistent and it's illogical. You say, well, death is fine so long as you aren't being, so long as it's not a punishment, as long as it's an elective thing, then you can do it. I mean, and it makes absolutely no sense at all. Of course, we know about the moral difference between.
Well, let's point it out because innocent life
and taking an innocent life.
Right, exactly.
But how many people? It's generally been believed. I think the Catholic Church, we don't condemn suicides to hell.
Nope.
Because you don't know. You can't judge someone's interior, and you know that with any mortal sin, you have to understand that what you're doing is mortally sinful.
That's right.
And then consciously do it. And there are some people, their consciences are so poorly formed, they're in such a agitated state of mind that they're not really culpable.
That's right.
Right. Now, it remains a mortal sin objectively, but their culpability might be lessened because of these factors. Well, what kind of determination are they making in regard to, I would say anybody that wants to be euthanized would be ineligible because they're clearly not in their right mind.
Obviously.
So I don't know. It's unbelievable. But what's unbelievable to me about it is that we're not talking, Terry, about some bad science fiction movie.
No.
We're not talking. This whole fun euthanasia thing. I mean, I remember it was in the movie Soylent Green. You remember that?
I do.
That was a movie all about how by the year 2000 the world's going to be uninhabitable.
Right.
Because there's going to be so many people. So, and it was a thing to try and scare people into contraception and abortion.
Yep.
And then we saw that conditions were so bad that the government would pay for you to go and kill yourself. Right? And they do it in this and they show you a movie and they play nice music and so forth. But now it's a reality.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, the world isn't grossly overpopulated. We're the Western world is in a demographic winter.
That's correct.
We're not even replacing ourselves, and now we're going to be killing it's not only not bringing babies into the world, we're going to kill the people that are, that are alive and contributing.
Matthew, just to interrupt you,
to
confirm what you're saying, in Hungary, the prime minister is offering zero taxes for families with 4 or more kids for that very reason. They realize Western Europe is dying. They're not having babies, okay? And so what some of the governments are doing is saying, look, you're never going to have to pay any taxes. Just keep having babies because we know that it's going to bless our economy. It's going to bless our country when we have new life. And so what I think this is a big deception that the devil has a role in. Euthanasia is a big false teaching that says, look, when you're not having any more fun in this world, you just have to push this button and we'll take care of you because you can end the story in your life. And then you don't feel anything. And so who cares? The problem is it's a lie. It's a big, fat lie. And where to lie? What is the devil? He's been a liar from the very beginning. And so this whole teaching, father of lies, this whole teaching on euthanasia is very demonic because it's giving people an opportunity to check out without understanding their purpose in life. And I feel so bad for people who say, I just want to, I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to be sick. I just want to have fun. And they've lost the meaning and purpose of life. And think about this, Matthew, what Saint Pope Felix III said back in 475. Not to oppose error is to approve it. Not to defend truth is to suppress it. And indeed, to neglect to confound evil men when we can do it is no less a sin than to encourage them. Matthew, I think it's a sin if we don't speak up against euthanasia and all these immoral things that are going on in our country, we're going to be held culpable before mighty God. Am I right or wrong on that?
Well, you're right on that, and I got another word for this in regard to what can I do about it?
Yeah,
I'm just one guy. What can I do? It's
sure.
like, and my vote doesn't count. And what I do is like, you know what? You can't have that attitude, because even if you fail, okay, even if your vote doesn't put the best person in office,
yeah,
all right, and your work doesn't change hearts and minds, you've done it. You did what you needed to do. You fought the good fight.
That's right.
You're going to be able to stand up in front of God and say, when all this stuff was going on, I did what I could do.
Yep. I'll give you some action items. I don't mean to interrupt you, Matthew, but Netflix employees donate $20,000 to Planned Parenthood for abortion business. I don't need Netflix, okay? So anybody's listening right now, I'm going to be bad for Netflix business because I'm going to tell you to cancel it. I'll give you one more thing we can do. These are action items. Disney threatens to boycott Georgia, but partners with China, which forces women to have abortions. Okay, so what are they doing? They're going to say, we're not going to do our films for little kids that we do films for, but we're going to stop supporting Georgia, who's actually saving the lives of little kids from abortion with the heartbeat bill. See, here's the point. Is it hard not to go to Disneyland?
Give me 1 second.
I'll give you more than a second.
To elaborate on what you're saying. When they're talking about boycotting Georgia, obviously they're doing filming.
Yeah.
They're doing production.
They're saving money.
Because it's cheaper than it is in Los Angeles, or, in California.
Yep.
Everything is cheaper everywhere than it is in California.
That's right.
But they're saying, we won't, we're going to hurt your economy. We're not going to do that because you, don't want to, be involved with abortion. Of course, they frame it in that you don't like the woman's right to choose.
Yep.
But we'll absolutely do business in China, where women are forced to have abortion, where women have no choice.
That's right.
We'll support that, but we won't support you trying to save baby. When all anybody has to do is roll into the next state if they absolutely positively feel like they have to have their abortion. It's not even like it's really even being taken away.
Right.
It's all they're doing is making it less convenient.
That's right.
I mean, think about that for a minute.
Yep. Well said. When we come back, I want to give you an example of a saint whose feast day is today, St. Charles Luenga and his companions, and how they stood up to the culture. And it's much like our culture. And you know what? They died martyrs. And can I say something, everybody? Are you ready? I'm not beating around the bush. We could be martyrs for the faith. But you know what? The reward is heaven. You know what? Life is short and eternity is forever. So we have to stand up. I want to encourage you not to turn away from evil in the sense of not doing anything to fight it. No, I'm encouraging you to step up to the plate, because when you hear the story when we come back of a saint, I hope that'll inspire you. You're listening to the Terry and Jesse Show on Virgin Most Powerful. This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. There's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith, because they're going to meet 3 men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show. And they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow! That's 80%! realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Welcome back to the Terry and Jesse Show. To join the conversation, call 888-526-2151. Now, here's Terry and Jesse.
Welcome back. I made a challenge to you. I'm going to quote a saint of the day that should inspire you to fall deeper in love with Jesus Christ and his bride, the church. That's St. Charles Lwanga and 14 companions. They died back in 1887, which doesn't seem that long ago. That was the year Padre Pio was born, 1887. So here's what happened. He's in Uganda, and the king is an active homosexual. So he's running the show, and if he sees some young men that he says, hey, you know what? I'd like to abuse them. Come over here. I'm the king. Do what I tell you to do. Well, these men were on fire Catholics. Kind of like let's say the government says to you today, you need to do X, Y, and Z that's against your Catholic faith, and you say, go pound sand. I hope you'd say that. But here's the point. They died rather than commit these sins that the king wanted them to do. And I won't get into the details. Look it up on the internet. They didn't just die with a bullet to the head. They were abused unmercifully. And so why do I look at the saints? Because they're our cousins, our role models in following Jesus Christ. If I'm saying that maybe we have to be martyrs for the faith, I'm saying it's possible. Dry martyrs, wet, depending on what kind of martyr it could be, martyrdom, it could be dry. But I would say this, with what the world is doing right now, it's mad. For example, in Canada, the politicians in Ottawa on the 30th of May came up and they gave a standing ovation to a motion calling for abortion for any reason. For 3 or 4 minutes, they're clapping and cheering and yay! And you know what I thought of? And I told Matt, my friend, I said, Matt, this reminds me of the Colosseum when they were killing Christians and cheering, yeah, kill those Christians. Well, the legislation is celebrating and cheering the so-called right to kill a child in the womb. Are you kidding me? If this isn't a wake-up call for the Canadians and for us, pro-life advocates must endure, and they must vote with a pro-life mindset. That's why I say, and then I'll let Matt give his comments. That's why I say, just think, remember 2 years ago when we had our election and we had Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, and people were saying, oh, I can't vote for Trump because he's a womanizer. Yeah, but look what he's a sinner. Okay, I get it. But look what he's done for the pro-life. I think Mr. Trump right now is the reason why we're having this fight right now on abortion, because he's putting in politicians and he's putting in Supreme Court justices that are going to support the right to life. And so, Matt, my question to you is this microphone on? Am I really hearing that Canadians are cheering for killing their future citizens? Isn't there something wrong with this picture?
Yeah, there's so much here, Terry. I mean, first off, your analogy of the Roman Colosseum and the abortuary is actually very apt.
Okay.
Because the idea of these people cheering for something so reprehensible is mind-boggling. And how does that go with the typical liberal line? Oh, I want to keep abortion safe, legal, and rare. It's like, oh no, we want abortion. We want hot and cold running abortion. We want abortion on demand at any time for any reason, no matter what, And that's not a celebration of anyone's personal freedom. I'm sorry. You mentioned martyrdom.
Yes.
And, maybe we're dry martyrs, maybe we're going to be, red martyrs.
Sure.
But think about what Jesus said, and your Netflix comment.
Yeah.
By the way, I beat you to the punch. I've been off Netflix for a very long time already.
Not surprised.
Where this news came on. But why? Because Jesus said, if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out.
Yep.
Because it's better to go into heaven with one eye than with two eyes go into hell. Okay?
I'm with you.
And that's it. When people talk about, I'm going to be I'm willing to stand up for my faith, and I'm going to be a martyr, and I'm going to, boy, when they come for me, I'll be ready. It's like, really? Or will you be watching Netflix? Or will you be on HBO in the middle of Game of Thrones when your time comes?
I hear you.
It's if you're not willing to be faithful in little things, can you really expect to be faithful in the big things? Yep. And it's an important question. That's a question that I have to ask myself. It's a question you have to ask yourself, and you listening, you have to ask yourself that question: am I being faithful in the little things, so that I'll have the strength to be faithful in the big things? Also, something we talked about with Scott Hahn. He's got a new book out about matrimony. It's called "Marriage: The First Society."
Yep.
Right? And it's a wonderful thesis, because what he's basically saying, something we've been actually talking about, and I mentioned this to him when we did our interview. We've been talking about it for 25 years.
Yeah.
That if just the Catholics in this country would embrace the graces that are being offered to them by the church,
yes,
and live those graces in their lives, live the sacraments, we would transform the culture.
I agree.
You think about the Roman Empire, all the stuff that we're talking about, all these terrible, evil things that are coming back with a vengeance, that was the state of the world when Jesus Christ came and walked among us.
Yep.
And what changed it? It wasn't politics. Jesus didn't say, go out and build an empire. He said, repent and believe the good news. And when enough people did that, it transformed the culture. It gave us the Western civilization perfected, so much greater than the Greeks or Romans had ever managed, simply because of that notion that you have to treat other people the way you want to be treated.
Right. You get me excited.
The grace to do it.
Yeah. The way the tree bends is the way it falls. That's what you were just saying. So we need to put it into practice. Matthew, think about what happened. You were talking about early Christianity. The first 300 years, every 10 years, we were growing at 20%. And the very reason, 20% every 10 years, the growth of Christianity took place for 300 years. Why? Well, we were under persecution, first of all. And we were at odds with the culture, kind of like what the Roman culture was very similar to our culture. Is that a fair statement, Matthew?
Well, very much so. If you want to just talk about in raw numbers of things like abortion and
immorality,
other societal ills, immorality, contraception and so forth, all that stuff, homosexuality, all these things were epidemic in the Roman Empire, and they're becoming or have become epidemic in our society. The difference, of course, is that the Romans in the first century didn't have 2,000 years of Christianity to
That's right. And that's
the thing. That's why it hurts my heart so much.
Tell me.
When some kid or an adult, anybody, says, that life's just not worth living. I'd rather just die.
Yeah.
It's like you're looking at death as a solution.
Yeah.
Why not try looking at Jesus Christ first?
Yep.
Why not try, having the grace to live and to understand that this life is a preparation for the next life.
Right on.
And you look at the Beatitudes.
Yes.
Jesus Christ gave us the formula for happiness.
Yep.
And all we have to do is cooperate with that grace that's offered absolutely free.
Matthew, this is the solution. We always come at the last segment with the solution. You're nailing it. It's our Catholic faith. And you know who could summarize all of the things you just talked about? Archbishop Fulton Sheen in his Life is Worth Living series. And I keep telling people, if you want to get his 50 half-hour shows plus a DVD on our Catholic faith that teaches all the things Matthew just said, and I asked for a $20 donation plus the shipping. If you want to give more, it's $100 worth of product. Just call 877-526-2151 because we want to give you the tools to overcome the world, the devil, and the flesh. And the way to do that is living a Christ-centered life. Living in the presence of God is the key to overcoming the world, the devil, and the flesh. Matthew, your final thoughts on the solution regarding the culture we're living in. I know I call you my Renaissance man, okay? I really do. You love going back to what some people say the dark ages, which are not dark.
Right.
But can you give us a quote from a saint from maybe 400 or 500 years ago that would fit us today, that would sound like he's speaking to us in 2019?
Okay, I'm going to give you two right off the top of my head.
I knew you had them.
The first ties into what we were already talking about.
Yeah.
And it comes from not a saint, but the mother of a saint, Blanche of Castile,
Oh, okay.
Queen of France.
Sure.
And her son was King St. Louis IX.
Oh, boy.
And when he was a boy, she said to him, I would rather see you dead at my feet than commit a mortal sin.
Wow.
Okay. That's how many moms out there have said that to their kids lately? Okay, so this is the thing that people really embrace their faith. Suicide was extremely rare in the Catholic Middle Ages, precisely because and you said that the Catholic Church grew 20% a year during centuries of persecution.
That's right.
Why? Because it offered the one thing that the pagan religions do not offer and still don't. You know what it is, Terry?
Mm-hmm.
Hope.
Hope. There you go.
Hope. And that's where our Protestant brethren, it's like faith is really important, but hope and love are just as important. All of the theological virtues have to come into play, and love is the only one that lasts forever.
Amen.
Okay, and so we need to love God, and we need to love each other, and that at the end of the day, that's the whole thing in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Love God with your whole heart, mind, soul, and strength, and your neighbor as yourself.
You nailed it, but I'm going to...
It comes from the lips of our Lord Jesus Christ.
Absolutely. I'm going to add what a Protestant minister told me years ago. He said, when I became Catholic, I looked at the Catholic Church and I said, why are they apologizing for being Catholic? Like saying, oh, excuse me, but we believe this. Why don't you proclaim the truth? That's what brought me into the church. And can we kind of take the focus back to giving people the truth, and rather than saying, well, we'll make it, don't worry about us. That's just what we actually believe. But in practice, we don't really put that into practice. We can have divorce, or we can do contraception. He says, why don't you just teach what is proclaimed by your catechism, by what the teachings of the church have been for 2,000 years. And I thought that Protestant minister made a good advice for all of us here
Absolutely
as
right.
Catholics.
Let me give you one last thing, and this is, and I'm not going to quote it verbatim because it's
paraphrase
long, but I'll summarize and paraphrase for you. It's from Bernard of Clairvaux.
Oh, yeah, I was waiting for that one.
But this is, we always talk about you have to know your faith.
Yeah.
You have to know, and you have to really know your faith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And what Bernard said is that most men are like canals where the water runs through and then goes on to wherever it's going.
Yes.
And he says, but with a reservoir collects water until there's so much that it overflows. So the water goes out without ever losing any, right? And that's the way you need to have your faith. You need to be more like a reservoir than a canal.
Wow, what a great analogy to leave us on. Hey, Matt, thanks for joining us. And Matt, I'm going to ask you the question I ask Jesse every day. What state should we be living in, brother?
That would be the state of grace, Terry.
Thank you. And what state shouldn't we be living in, even for a second?
Southern California.
That's a good one. And state of mortal sin.
We don't want to be.
Yeah, and if you haven't been to confession in a while, go to confession. It's good for the soul. When we come back tomorrow, Jesse will be back in the saddle. I want to thank again Matt Arnold for taking the time to join us here at the Terry and Jesse Show. May God really bless you and your family. And full sheen ahead here at Virgin Most Powerful. And if you haven't had a chance to give us a little donation, maybe you're a monthly donor, maybe not, call us 877-526-2151 or go online to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. And again, full sheen ahead. We'll see you again tomorrow, God willing. God bless you.
Saint Faustina's Prayer for Priests. O my Jesus, I beg thee on behalf of the whole Church, grant it love and the light of thy Spirit, and give power to the words of priests, so that hardened hearts might be brought to repentance and return to thee, O Lord. Lord, give us holy priests. Thou thyself maintain them in holiness. O divine and great High Priest, may the power of thy mercy accompany them everywhere, and protect them from the devil's traps and snares, which are continually being set for the souls of priests. May the power of thy mercy, O Lord, shatter and bring to naught all that might tarnish the sanctity of priests. For thou canst do all things. Amen. Virgin most powerful, pray for us.
Virgin Most Powerful Radio, sharing the gospel with clarity and charity.
He's a teacher with a passion. He's an historian with a PhD. From Lourdes to London, from New York to Athens, he's professing the truth that sets you free. You're at the Bar of History with Dr. Ed Mazza.
Testing, testing. Are we there, Richard?
You're on the air.
Okay, I'm going to assume that we're live. Okay, sorry, folks. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I think the devil wants to sabotage our program today, but that's okay. We're stronger than him. We got Our Lady and St. Michael and all the angels and saints helping us here. So, this is your host, Dr. Ed, and I am back in action, and I am on location. We are just a few blocks away from the United Nations, and it's my privilege to be at the offices of the Center for Family and Human Rights, Austin Roos and Stefano Gennarini run the show here, and they're fighting the good fight, the pro-life movement internationally and fighting the pro-death movement internationally. And so I'm just going to turn things over to my guest. Welcome, Stefano. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Ed. It's a pleasure.
Yes, tell us about yourself and the work that you do. How did you end up here at CFAM?
So I graduated from Notre Dame Law School in 2011, which was at the height of the crash of the legal market, if you like, after the financial crisis. And so I just came to CFAM as really something temporary. Right after law school, I was getting married, but I so happened to arrive here when the previous legal team had just left, and so after 6 months interning here, I was hired full time, and that's how I ended up here. I felt a really strong calling to do pro-life work from really my first year in law school, when that was the time when President Obama was invited to campus at Notre Dame.
Wow.
And it was 2009, and I was part of a whole band of students who were spreading and protesting and just trying to figure out what we could do to address it. And of course, lo and behold, the pro-life struggle is one that's much broader than even just that one event. And so I felt more and more drawn into the pro-life movement, and that's how I came to know CFAM and eventually came to work here.
Wonderful. So tell us about the work that CFAM does.
So CFAM was founded in 1997, and we've been here at the United Nations. What we do is we do research, we do advocacy, and we also inform the public on the debates that happen here at the United Nations, especially whenever pro-life, pro-family issues come up. CFAM was founded in great part in response to the 1990s conferences that from the United Nations that started promoting sort of an anti-life and anti-family agenda, and there was always, partially thanks also in great part to the efforts of John Paul II, St. John Paul the Great, I would say. He called on lay Catholics, all people of men and women of goodwill all around the world to engage the United Nations at that time, and to raise pro-life issues, raise the family issues. And inevitably, what happened was you would get all these pro-lifers, would descend on the United Nations for these big conferences, and lo and behold, all the outcomes of those conferences had already been decided months ahead, because there was really no real permanent pro-life presence here at the United Nations. So CFAM was founded to sort of fill that void, and we've been here ever since.
That's excellent. So, Stefano, what are the challenges that are on the horizon right now, or what are the threats that the UN that human life is facing right now?
So here at the United Nations, there's the promotion of abortion has become a systemic thing. It used to be, there was always the presumption that abortion, that the United Nations was in favor of abortion. Not the United Nations as a composite entity of sovereign countries, but in the bureaucracy. Everybody knew that the UN bureaucracy, the personnel of the agencies, the Secretariat, which is sort of like the body that really makes the United Nations run. They're the people who stay here all the time in New York and make sure that your institution is on schedule and everything. It was always known that they were for abortion, and once in a while, you would get some bias in the report, and somebody might stick their head out and even promote abortion. But it has now become, over the last 20 years, it really has become systemic. So you will be hard-pressed to find a report from the Secretary General related to women's issues that does not refer to sexual and reproductive health, and sometimes even explicitly to abortion. And the same goes with any reports of UN agencies, etc., that they will also most likely promote abortion, and if they have anything to do with women's issues. And so we have that issue, and it happens both, and now even more and more there's countries who are more open. So you've got France, even in the context of the Security Council, openly promoting abortion as a humanitarian right. And the same from several Nordic countries that are doing it. The United Kingdom, powerful countries, influential countries on the permanent members of the Security Council are promoting abortion as a human right, humanitarian right. So it's not even just a bureaucracy anymore. It really is becoming more and more a clash.
So you say that one of the things that you do is you research and you make the Catholic faithful, you keep the Catholic faithful abreast of what the current threats are, right? Is there some particular piece of legislation that the UN is about to engage with right now, or that the pro-death forces are promoting that Catholics can pray about or spread the word about?
Well, the biggest campaign now is for abortion as a humanitarian right. Aside from the continued push, to promote abortion through euphemisms or like sexual and reproductive health, which, the policies, once you put sexual and reproductive health in international policy, it's like directing political and financial support to abortion groups, like Planned Parenthood International, Marie Stopes, et cetera. And that happens regularly. I mean, every month there's a resolution where this will come up. Right now, the countries are negotiating the annual humanitarian resolution of the United Nations, of the Economic and Social Council, which is one of the main charter bodies of the United Nations. And it's a resolution in which they discuss humanitarian operations, that, the assistance that's provided to people in need after humanitarian disasters, whether they're man-made or caused by nature. And so this humanitarian resolution gets adopted every year, and for the last 3 years it has included sexual and reproductive health. And what happened, though, is 2 months ago, in the Security Council, the United States threatened to veto a resolution if sexual and reproductive health was not taken out. And that also was a resolution on humanitarian issues.
I hear the music, Stefano, so we're going to take a break. When we get back, we're going to continue talking about the struggle here at the UN between pro-life and pro-death. We'll be right back.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. There's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith, because they're going to meet 3 men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show. And they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow! That's 80%! realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
now, back to the Bar of History. If you'd like to join the conversation, call 888-526-2151. Here's Dr. Ed.
We're raising the bar of Catholic radio here at the Bar of History, and I am your barista, Dr. Ed Mazza, and I'm back in the saddle after a few weeks out, and it's good to be back in New York. I'm on location in my old stomping ground, and every now and then my New Yorker accent is going to come out. I'm going to ask my coffee. But anyway, I'm here just a few blocks from the UN with a very special guest. Stefano Gennarini is here, and he works for the Center for Family and Human Rights. You probably know it better as CFAM. And we've been talking about how, during the 1990s, different cabals at the UN put together these conferences where they tried to promote abortion and other deviant, pro-death things. And so CFAM was established as a way of fighting against that and promoting life here at the UN on a permanent basis. So we've been talking about the current threats that are facing the world because of language that would make abortion an international right. And Stefano, let me ask you. Recently, I saw an article that you wrote about how the Trump administration is trying to promote the pro-life agenda, but they're rubbing up against an entrenched bureaucracy. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, so the Trump administration has actually taken the pro-life clause on board, at least when it comes to international issues, more than any Republican administration before. Just a couple of months ago, as I was saying, the Trump administration threatened to veto a resolution because of pro-life concerns. That's never happened before. That really indicates that the pro-life clause has been elevated in sort of the order of priorities. Previously, even under President Bush, pro-life issue was not even amongst priorities. It was just something that, you made statements about. But here we're talking about the Trump administration actually taking action to advance the pro-life clause. And so there's still a tussle within the State Department itself about how high a priority it should be. There's people who really don't want to see the pro-life clause advanced.
Would those be Obama holdovers? Or?
Well, for certainly you've got Obama holdovers, but you've got also the normal rank-and-file State Department bureaucrats, you would call them. Without a doubt, many of them have been formed in an environment in which abortion is considered a compassionate solution to a crisis pregnancy, or even a population policy. So a way to a cost-effective. This is how Jeffrey Sachs puts it. He's a development expert that's very much cited in international circles. He's spoken about abortion as a cost-effective solution to unwanted pregnancy. So that's how people are taught. That's sort of imbued in the State Department culture. There's an anti-life mentality. Sadly, it's imbued in our foreign assistance, and this is despite pro-life restrictions on U.S. foreign aid, for example.
Would it be the Hyde Amendment? Is it or?
The Helms Amendment? The Helms Amendment, which prohibits the use of U.S. money to perform abortion. So, and then the Mexico City policy extends that even further to not giving the money to the organizations that promote and perform abortion. But the Helms Amendment basically prohibits any U.S. funding from going to abortion. But in despite having these good pro-life provisions in U.S. law, you could say that the way the bureaucracy has been run has always been in the other direction, in anti-life mentality and anti-life ideology, where preventing the birth of poor people and even eliminating them through abortion is considered more cost-effective. And so you have the resistance inside the Trump administration even itself, within the State Department. And then you have, of course, the resistance from the international bureaucrats, whether it's the UN agency staff or many diplomatic staff from around the world, who simply, some of them because they actually promote abortions, others because they simply don't want to renegotiate something that's already been negotiated in the past, are resisting the possibility of a more pro-life international policy. But keep in mind this, and this is key, that the Trump administration has yet to do most of the heavy lifting, right? The veto threat was a huge, huge development, and I cannot stress that enough. But that's one action where basically somebody in the White House or State Department told the ambassador to Germany, you are going to threaten the veto. You have to go to Angela Merkel and tell her, or the foreign minister there, and tell them that the U.S. is going to veto the resolution unless you take out the abortion-related term, sexual and reproductive health. But a lot remains to be done. That same message shouldn't just go to the ambassador to Germany. It should go to the ambassador to at least, it should go to every ambassador, every U.S. ambassador in the world, but at least the ambassadors in those 60-plus countries that have laws that are highly protective of the unborn. There's 60 countries there that are all candidates to support U.S. pro-life policy. And if the administration doesn't just go to them with requests from ambassadors or through diplomatic cables, but also with financial incentives, including, the Trump administration is all about financial incentives for countries that support U.S. policy. And so let's make pro-life policy one of those priorities. And that really still has to happen. All that still has to happen. What we saw with the veto threat in the Security Council was a one-off. Now we have to see the Trump administration develop a sort of systemic, bureaucratic.
Right. I fully. Right. Yeah. To kind of get that in gear. Right. Speaking of ambassadors, right? The President Trump's ambassador to the UN, she's the former governor of South Carolina. How was her pro-life record at the UN? Or what's her?
So Nikki Haley now, she retired as pro-life ambassador last year, and I think Nikki Haley, she wanted to do the right thing. She wanted to be pro-life for the U.S. to have a pro-life position, and so she allowed diplomats representing the United States in negotiations to take pro-life positions. But she herself never really put herself out there in terms of promoting life, which was a little bit disappointing for me because we asked her staff to have Nikki Haley, denounce the efforts to make abortion an international right, to publicly say that, and she declined to do so. And so that was disappointing. And maybe she felt that she already had the pro-life credentials. And certainly a lot of pro-life groups seem to think that she had she already had the pro-life credentials. We wanted to see a little bit more. Especially because the abortion is such a endemic issue here at the United Nations. You really have to look hard not to see it. And so because it's everywhere, we really were hoping that she would also lend her political voice and her political power to fighting abortion international in a public, powerful way. Sadly, we didn't see that.
As you said, she's retired now, and who has taken her place?
Now there's only an interim head of the mission. There's no one to replace her yet. There is a nominee that still has to be confirmed. But
if we could switch gears slightly for a moment, last week there were these elections in Europe, and we know about the fact that Steve Bannon, for example, was a a former member of the president's staff and a big part of his election. And he's been pushing for sovereignty, national sovereignty against these global, UN elites, right? Can you speak to how that fits in with the, with defending life and, the Catholic principle of subsidiarity? This whole idea of sort of national sovereignty and America first or Italy first or whatever the case might be against these global UN agendas.
Yeah, well, there is an issue here, which is the, how much you want the United Nations to interfere in, internal legislative debate, right? One of the things we do as CFAM is we do want to promote the pro-life cause, but we also want to do it in a way that that respects sovereignty. So we're not we don't think the United Nations should be promoting abortion. We should, in terms of trying to impose abortion on countries, in the same way, we don't think the United Nations should be imposing specific restrictions on abortion in countries. There's a whole entire debate that has to happen within countries. We do think that international law favors the protection of life, and the United Nations should promote the protection of life in the womb. Sadly, it's the opposite that we've seen, and it's gone not only from promoting abortion, but to actually trying to impose abortion as a human rights obligation.
Mm-hmm. And so you mentioned earlier that there are certain countries that would be natural allies. You said there's as many as 60 countries that have laws?
There's at least 60 countries that have laws that are highly protective of the unborn. That means that they only allow abortion in cases of rape and incest, and even then it's only in the earliest stages of pregnancy. These are countries where abortion really is taboo. It's frowned upon socially. And so politically, most countries that are predominantly Muslim, most countries in Africa, most countries in Latin America, and many, many countries in Asia as well.
Mm-hmm. And I imagine that it's an uphill battle now because of the 8 years of the Obama administration. And I understand that they used to tie, U.S. aid to promotion of contraception, sterilization, especially in Africa. Am I right on that?
Well, it's not that simple. Yes. The thing is, USAID gives money to a lot of organizations, and the way they implement the bilateral agreements or the agreements they have with the U.S. government is that they go and implement and provide family planning, contraception in different countries. And there certainly have been cases of abuses where organizations receiving, or even governments receiving money from the United States for family planning purposes have actually tied incentives to family planning programs, family planning goals.
Stefano, we hold that thought because I hear the music. And we get back from the break, we're going to continue to learn about the struggle between pro-life and pro-abortion.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. There's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. That's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith because they're going to meet three men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
It is only because of your continued prayers and generous donations that Virgin Most Powerful Radio can broadcast live each weekday. We count on your spiritual and financial support because you understand the urgent need for Catholic programming that shares the gospel with clarity and charity, but without compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show. And they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow! That's 80%! realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Now, back to the Bar of History. If you'd like to join the conversation, call 888-526-2151. Here's Dr. Ed.
You're listening to Virgin Most Powerful Catholic Radio, and this is the Bar of History. And I want to welcome you if you are listening for the first time. Welcome to the Bar of History. Welcome to Virgin Most Powerful. And I want to thank all the listeners that have been loyal listeners, because this is 1 year now since the Bar of History first launched. So I want to thank you all out there. I don't have my laptop with me, so I can't see the emojis right now. But I want to thank the groupies and all your kind messages and support. Speaking of support, if you want to support Virgin Most Powerful Radio, we would be most grateful. The summertime is coming, and traditionally that's when support kind of dips down as people go on vacation. So if you would call 1-877-526-2151 and support us, obviously, by your prayers, by your pledges of prayers, but also if you could support us financially, we can keep growing the station. We've grown by leaps and bounds over the last year and a half. We want to continue to do that. And we're bringing to you today, live from New York, the Bar of History. And I've got with me Stefano Gennarini from the Center for Family and Human Rights. And he's been telling us about the struggle that's going on. There are powerful elites, secularists, that have a pro-death agenda, and they want to make abortion an international right, among other things. So let me ask you, Stefano, what do you see on the horizon here? What is the future for the pro-life cause on the world stage here at the UN?
I think globally the future of the whole pro-life cause is quite good, especially in the long term. I think in the short term we might actually see the United Nations declare abortion as human right, simply because the momentum of the pro-abortion cause internationally is so powerful, and unless we see a drastic campaign from the Trump administration to thwart that, I don't see anything able to stop the development of an international right to abortion. But that's in the short term. I think in the long term, we're looking at some very positive signs, and that's going to be predominantly because of simply the premium that will be put on life itself, all around the world, in a country, in a world that is aging. I think, and one of the, I think in the long term, one of the things that the pro-life movement is going to have to do is actually to ensure that pro-life policies are respectful of human dignity and human autonomy, because you are looking already at a situation in humanitarian disasters unfolding in countries that are aging. That's going to happen in China. We know there's several countries in Asia as well that have similar very low fertility as China, and elderly people being abandoned in countryside without health care, without anyone to look after them. So we are looking at a humanitarian disaster, and societies will more and more recognize the value of life. And I think that will be reflected in their laws and policies also. But that's only in the long term. There's a lot of damage that still can be done, including the Declaration of the International Right to Abortion.
Right.
And this is something, the demographic problem is something that a lot of the pro-abortion people speak of in their own literature, in their own conferences. They talk about how there's a tide of pro-natalist policies around the world and how that is worrying because they know they have a window of opportunity to get an international right to abortion, to have contraception programs funded, and they need to take advantage of that window of opportunity because once that premium on life is recognized, then it's going to be a challenge to get more and more liberal abortion laws adopted.
Right, right. You know, I just came across an article that talked about the Russian Federation and how domestically President Putin is actually giving an award, a national award to families that have 7 children or more. And it's just, I find that fascinating how, you know, the former Soviet Union, which used to, you know, promote atheism and
it's come full circle.
Can you speak to that at all? I mean, what's your experience at the UN?
At the UN, you can see the influence, I think, of the Orthodox Church. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's people in the Patriarchate in Moscow who are working with the Russian Foreign Ministry and with the Russian government to try and promote life also internationally. It's not as high a priority for them domestically than domestic issues. And you know, of course, but I mean, of course, you know, the interesting thing, of course, is despite all these policies that are being enacted in Russia, the actual effect on fertility has been negligible, and so there are people who are worried, you know, that, you know, once you go down that cliff of low fertility, there's no climbing back up. And the only places, I was talking to a demographer, a very smart demographer based in Hong Kong, and Lyman Stone, and I really recommend his work. It's very interesting. And he says the only places where pro-life policies are actually working are in countries where they're also tied in with a strong cultural push, where a strong culture of life is pushed, and it's generally because of a religious factor. So Georgia was the number one example, the country of Georgia. Not the state, although we have some great pro-life laws happening there as well. But no, we're talking about the country of Georgia, and so it's really interesting what's happening there. Where I think it's the only country on earth that has had a really significant increase in fertility because of a combination of religious public policy as well as incentives for families to have more children.
How about what about we hear good things coming out of Poland and Hungary? Can you speak to that, or is it?
Well, the interesting thing, I'm not talking from my own research. This is what Lyman Stone says. He's a demographer and he's the expert on these issues, and I would recommend that everybody look into his work. He actually said that what Hungary and Poland are doing is also not enough. I mean, they're sort of they're not promoting enough of a message. Pro-life message. The pro-life policies are not accompanied by an equally coherent, you could say, religious fervor almost. You know? And that's what did it in Georgia. And it's very interesting that all the demographers agree that the only thing that really distinguishes the only thing that really the only people having children are people who believe. You know, and it's a huge difference. And it's not just people who believe in the sense of spiritually believe, privately believe. No, it's the people who go to Mass, it's the people who go to the mosque, people who go to the synagogue. They're the ones who are having children. Everybody else is not. So you could say that, you know, there are good signs for an auspicious future for the pro-life cause, but there is going to be a lot of tribulation on the road to victory. And it's the same as slavery. It's a very contentious issue. It divided the world. It divided the American state. And before we got rid of slavery, there was a lot of conflict. And I don't know. I hope we will not have any wars to end abortion, but there will certainly be political strife, and I don't see any other way for there to be it. And so we must be willing to confront those who promote life, not violently, of course, but certainly with strength, and with strength that it's the moral strength and the courage, the audacity, and all our wits about it.
Right. So let me try to flesh this out, or maybe you can flesh this out for the listeners. What would it mean if abortion became an international right? Like, how would that affect people on the ground in different places?
Well, look at this. For the last 40 years, the pro-life movement here in the United States has been trying to reverse Roe v. Wade. If abortion became an international right and the issue came to the Supreme Court would simply say, okay, let's reverse Roe v. Wade. Would it make any difference? No, because abortion has become an international right. Now, of course, at a practical level, legally speaking, here in the United States, it's a little bit more complex, but not so internationally. Here in the United States, we have a very entrenched preference for self-government. So international human rights law is not self-executing. You need laws to implement. And so still on the issues like life, if Roe were reversed, every state will have to adopt its own law, right? At the same time, you have countries in Latin America, countries all across Europe and Africa and all across the Middle East where international law is self-executing. So what the international experts say, what they actually enunciate becomes law automatically. And therefore, if abortion were to be declared an international right, and countries were to recognize it more and more so, then it would certainly deprive many pro-life people throughout Africa, Latin America, etc., of their political voice and say in this matter.
That's amazing. Wow. So let me ask you, how can the people support your organization here? How can the ordinary folks help you guys with the work that you do?
Yeah, first and foremost, to pray. This is a spiritual battle. I always tell everybody, the spiritual battle. There's nothing more than that the devil would want for us is to go away and shut up, right? And so it is a spiritual battle. Every day the temptation is to withdraw from the fight. The temptation is to we'll let this one go by. And so it's so important to pray and for that spiritual strength. And then you can go to our website and find out how to support us concretely as well. It's SAM, that's SAM.org.
Okay, we'll be right back after the break, and just don't change that dial.
This is Terry Barber inviting you, all the men, to a men's conference June 15th at the Sacred Heart Chapel. This is going to be a day where we're going to talk about true masculinity. There's a problem in the Catholic Church today. We have very few men who love the Catholic faith. And I know a lot of the wives that I'm listening to right now are saying, I want my husband to be on fire for the faith. Send him to the men's conference. Your son, send him to the men's conference by going to virginmostpowerfulradio.org or call 877-526-2151. It's June 15th. When your husband comes back from this conference, or your son, they're going to have a different view about their Catholic faith, because they're going to meet three men who love Jesus and his bride, the church, and are going to instill in them a love for Christ and his church, the Eucharist, Our Lady. Bring them to virginmostpowerfulradio.org. Sign up there or call 877-526-2151. Full sheen ahead.
Everywhere. and protect them
It is
from
only
the devil's
because
traps
of your
and snares,
continued prayers
which are
and generous
continually being
donations
set for
that
the souls
Virgin
of
Most
priests.
Powerful Radio can
May the
broadcast
power
live
of thy
each
mercy, O
weekday.
Lord,
We
shatter
count
and
on
bring
your
to naught
spiritual and
all that might
financial
tarnish the
support
sanctity of
because
priests.
you understand the
For thou
urgent need
canst
for
do
Catholic
all
programming
things.
that shares the
Amen.
gospel with clarity
Virgin
and
most
charity,
powerful,
but
pray
without
for us.
compromise. Please prayerfully consider becoming a monthly donor. You can set it up with the touch of a button on our website, catholicrc.org.
Buying or selling your home or your business property? This is Terry Barber. Real Estate for Life underwrites the Terry and Jesse Show, and they can connect you to one of 900 pro-life real estate agents around the world. And when they receive their referral fee, they will give 80% of it to a pro-life organization. Wow, that's 80%. realestateforlife.org, 877-LIFE-US1.
Now, back to the Bar of History. If you'd like to join the conversation, call 888-526-2151. Here's Dr. Ed.
You are back at the bar, and we are talking today about really international law and the future of the pro-life movement internationally. And I'm very happy to be at the offices of the Center for Family and Human Rights with Stefano Gennarini. And he's been telling us about the battle in the trenches and the battle with the elites that want to push a pro-death agenda. In our last segment here, Stefano, I wanted to ask you about these not UN, but EU elections, the European elections that have brought nationalists or more nationalists into office, and what are the pro-life dimensions of that whole thing like here?
Well, interestingly enough, several of the what are called nationalist parties, although not all of them self-identify as such, but several of these nationalist parties in Europe actually had a pro-life platform, or in any case, at least made overtures to pro-life voters. But when it comes to what the European Union does, they actually haven't been able to defy the EU bureaucrats and stop the EU from promoting abortion. Right now, promoting sexual and reproductive health is still one of the priorities of the European Union. And every European Union country, that's over 27 countries, is in line with what the EU bureaucrats want to promote under this, including an international right to abortion. And so that's very disappointing because it really shouldn't be that hard for countries like Poland, Hungary, as well as several other countries in the Eastern Europe, alongside with Malta, and even other countries in Europe that have more moderate abortion laws to actually band together and stop the EU from promoting abortion, because even internally, the EU is not promoting abortion because it's recognized as exclusively a domestic issue. So why is it okay to promote it internationally? And that's the big question, of course, that these nationalist parties have to answer. And the interesting thing, of course, is that in most countries, this would be a very straight, easy thing for the executive to do. You know, once you have control of the executive, you pretty much have to decide what happens in international policy. So that's one of the challenges that there is now, and what we were trying to shed some light on it to create more accountability on that front. Of course, in Europe, the pro-life clause really isn't quite as developed as here in the United States, and it would be very interesting to know why. You know, why abortion was able to advance in Europe with so little resistance, right here in the United States. There really has always been a lot of fervor against it.
Right. Without giving away sources and methods, are there other CFAMs out there in other countries, or is something that you do unique here?
Well, I mean, with regards to the United Nations, we're part of a broader coalition of NGOs that have been here at the UN for many years. We just happen to be one of the only ones that actually have a permanent presence here at the UN. But there's a broader coalition of NGOs that follow closely what happens at the UN and work and do conferences and events here at the UN to advance life. So there's others, and there's also many other pro-life organizations around the world and across the globe. And their work is, they have their work. We all have our work cut out for us. I mean, there's a lot of work to be done to advance the pro-life cause internationally. And I'm always one for saying the more of us there are, the better, because there's always something that somebody else is going to think about that I'm not going to. And so there's always places to bring the pro-life cause that I would never even think about, that some other organization would be able to do that.
Gotcha. So a thought just came to me, and I'll ask this delicately. Over the last 6 years of Pope Francis's pontificate, there have been changes to the way the Vatican has approached the international scene, and particularly the Academy of Life. And there have been conferences held, at the Vatican where people like, if I'm not mistaken, Jeffrey Sachs himself has attended, or people of his ilk, human population development people. Can you speak to that at all about just what might be going on with the Vatican's influence in the world, or?
Well, I mean, it's there certainly have been some disappointing developments at the Political Academies of Sciences, where you could say that they've let their guard down on the population control issue, including in the realm of environmental protection. One of the things that the Church has always done is to insist on respect for human dignity, including in issues involving the family, the autonomy of spouses and families from the state, and matters related to the rearing and upbringing of children, right? And environmental protection. There still seems to have been a little bit of confusion sown in that area, but it seems to be mostly in the academy itself, because if you actually look at the encyclical Laudato Si, as well as the statements of Pope Francis, they've been unequivocally against abortion, including in the context of population control as well as environmental protection. And even recently, Pope Francis spoke very well about. He said, "How can we allow abortion? It's like hiring a hitman to get rid of an inconvenient person. It's really a horrendous crime." And his statements on this have been very, very clear. And it's unfortunate, though, that certain parts of it would appear that certain areas of the Vatican feel that there has been a change, whereas in reality that clearly hasn't.
That reminds me of something else, and that is that last year there was a Vatican synod on the youth, and there was a conspicuous absence in the documents and talks surrounding that regarding natural law and things of that nature. And it strikes me that as a lawyer, that's something that maybe you encounter a lot, is that the Church's teaching on what law is and the basis of law, the basis of rights, is not the same basis that the secularists are placing their claims to rights on. In the limited time we have left, can you speak to how there's a clash of understanding of what law and rights are?
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge topic to address in the waning minutes and seconds of our conversation. You could say that there's in the Catholic tradition, natural law is not so much a set of laws as much as the process whereby you reach the law. And the process whereby you reach the law involves always use of reason, prudence, our judgment, which is we've been granted. We are granted by our nature, by God. And what the natural law says is that in order for our reason to be to truly reach truth, including with regards to what's the right laws to adopt, you've got to factor God into the equation. You just have to. You cannot exclude our final destiny as human beings, our final end, and therefore you need to factor in the whole truth in the prudential working out of the law, including the self-evident truths of the law include amongst others the Ten Commandments, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but God is conspicuously absent from the UN. Am I right or wrong on that?
You could say that. Yes, indeed. There was at the founding of the United Nations, there was discussion of, shall we ground this whole order that we're creating on something supernatural, something higher, and they just couldn't agree on something because, there were communists at the time, there were people from different religions, and overall, mostly religious people were willing to have some kind of recognition of God, but really it was the secular countries who were the ones who, in the communists at the time, were the ones opposed to having any kind of higher power, if you like, recognized in the founding of the United Nations. But here's where you could say, then we get the United Nations then is useless. Well, there was also a lot of positive things at the founding of the United Nations, and it's not necessarily something that will fail. I think part of it is, for us as Catholics, is to bring God into the picture, and that's something that popes have done so ably throughout their engagement with the United Nations to be the voice of conscience, to be the voice of reason many times, because without taking into account our full human potential to be adopted children of God, you can't really appreciate anything about our nature, about our life, and so the popes really have done a remarkable job of bringing God into the picture here at the United Nations. What's sad is that so few countries have been able to actually promote a vision of the common good, of what's good for human beings, that goes beyond the platitudes of political consensus, liberal political consensus.
Great. So in the I think we're down to a couple of minutes here. Can you tell us again how the folks can get this you financially and otherwise?
Yes, please. First and foremost, please pray for us, and then you can find out more about our organization at our website, which is www.c-fam, that's FAM.org.
We're still, I don't hear the music yet, so we're still good. I was thinking about when you brought up how the popes have brought up God. I still remember Pope John Paul II's second visit to the New York area in 1995, October of 95, when he visited the UN and gave an address there. And is that something that was on your radar back then, or?
In 1985, I was in high school, so I had very few things on my radar, and I was having trouble keeping them on my radar at the same time. But I do recall the visit of John Paul in 1995. I remember him coming. I remember going to see him as well with my family. Some large event. I can't remember where exactly. And I do remember also his strong engagement on the issue of abortion. But he came off the plane and immediately started haranguing the Clintons.
Well, folks, we are out of time, so let's ask for the intercession of Pope St. John Paul the Great, and let's all trust in God, and let's keep each other in prayer.
Saint Faustina's Prayer for Priests. O my Jesus, I beg thee on behalf of the whole Church, grant it love and the light of thy Spirit, and give power to the words of priests, so that hardened hearts might be brought to repentance and return to thee, O Lord. Lord, give us holy priests. Thou thyself maintain them in holiness. O divine and great High Priest, May the power of thy mercy accompany them everywhere and protect them from the devil's traps and snares, which are continually being set for the souls of priests. May the power of thy mercy, O Lord, shatter and bring to naught all that might tarnish the sanctity of priests. For thou canst do all things. Amen. Virgin most powerful, pray for us.
Virgin Most Powerful Radio, sharing the gospel with clarity and charity.